resource adequacy. Oh, thank you. Thank you for joining us for our annual resource adequacy meeting. Before we get started here, I'm going to go over a few brief meeting logistics. So if you are joining us in person for your presentation, we have a table set up opposite of me for whoever is speaking. Thank you. All right. Thank you. If you're joining us online, if you're not speaking, please mute your microphone by pressing the microphone button, or if you're calling in, you can press *6 to mute or unmute. Please include in your name your full name and the organization in which you are representing, if you are representing an organization. And then if you have a question or comment, please raise your hand. If you're joined by phone, you can raise your hand using the *9 button. And again, if you have any technical difficulties, please use the Zoom chat and we will make sure you are helped. All right. We're going to get started with some opening comments, and I'm going to turn it over to Chair Danner.
All right, good morning, everyone. I really appreciate the large turnout here in person, and I know we have a lot of people on the line attending as well. I'm Dave Danner. I'm chair of the Washington Utilities and Transportation Commission. I'm joined at the table here by my colleagues, Commissioner Ann Rendall and Commissioner Milt Dumit. This is I believe, the 5th resource adequacy meeting that we have had that has been directed by statute. And there was legislation sponsored by Senator Tim Sheldon, who's actually in the room today. Good morning, Tim. The fact that we had this legislation is really a sign that resource adequacy is becoming a more important and more salient issue. And it seems getting more so every year. As we're seeing population growth, we're seeing economy grow, we are seeing improvements in AI and the need for more computing power in data centers. We're seeing heat domes. We're seeing all sorts of things that are really testing the electric grid and our generation resources and how we're going to meet the load in the years to come. We've all seen the forecasts of how many thousands of megawatts we need in our region to meet the load. We've got to talk about how we are going to get there. We definitely need to build stuff. We need more energy efficiency. We need more generation. We need more transmission. And I think we've got a really great agenda today. And I want to thank Glenn Blackman of the Department of Commerce and Peyton Swinton of the UTC staff and Jennifer Snyder of our staff who have been working on this agenda. It is really great. I'm going to turn it over to Glenn, and then I'm going to ask Liz Anderson of the Public Utility District Association to make a few comments as well before we get started. So Glenn, over to you.
Thank you. Okay. I'm Glenn Blackman, Director of the Energy Policy Office of the Department of Commerce. Our two agencies put this resource adequacy meeting on jointly, and I really appreciate the UTC for hosting physically for us. It's great to have this space available to us. I also want to thank people who've shown up either in person or virtually. We've got a lot of, I think, really informative speakers ahead of us today, and I'm looking forward to the discussion that we'll have as a group. As Chair Danner said, this has been an important issue for us since forever, but certainly one of the key questions when we, as a state, decided to engage in this big transformation of our electricity system and our energy system overall was how we were going to make sure that we maintained reliable and affordable service for customers. So it's a really big transformation of our economy that we're going to be going through over the next 20 years. And this is one of the key elements of that transition for us to work on, focus our efforts as we are doing all this great work to transform our economy. So, and then I think I want to highlight that for today, we're really interested in trying to keep up with the industry's efforts to develop a resource adequacy program that will go beyond, some of the rhetoric to actual practices and procedures to make sure that the resources are there when we need them, to make sure that everybody does their fair share within the industry. When we submitted our report to the legislature and the governor last year, we expressed some concern about the status of that program development. And so we're back today to see how things have gone in the last year. That's not the only thing we'll be talking about today, but for me, at least, it's one of the most important elements of today's discussion. So I look forward to the information and the discussion today. And I will add that I want to thank Austin Scharf from the Department of Commerce, who also helped put this together. So it's been a great team effort. And I'll turn it over to Liz.
Good morning, Chair Danner and members of the commission. Thank you very much for giving me just a moment to say a few opening remarks. We greatly appreciate the opportunity to be part of this very important meeting. Our utilities are very concerned about grid reliability, and the landscape has changed since policies, including our Clean Energy Transformation Act and the State Energy Strategy, were enacted. WPUTA has raised concerns about grid reliability for over 5 years now. And in fact, the continuation of these annual resource adequacy meetings was a legislative priority for our association, and for good reason. We cannot fail when it comes to a reliable grid. We have had near misses with power disruptions during extreme weather events, most recently during the cold snap in January. If we are to successfully achieve our clean energy goals, we must ensure that we're able to do that responsibly. Nothing will undermine the state's clean energy objectives faster than a blackout, which can erode the confidence of our citizens in our policies. So we appreciate the attention this meeting directs to this very critical issue, and we are committed to contributing our utility knowledge and experience to address the challenges ahead of us. Again, thank you so much for putting this together, and we look forward to the discussion today.
Thank you, Liz. I appreciate your comments, and I thank you and your members for their participation today. All right, with that, I will turn it back over to Glenn, and we'll get going with or I guess I don't know.
I'm introducing the first.
You're the MC. All right.
For this one, but now what I want to do is welcome Paul Donahue Valette from the U.S. Department of Energy. We invited him to be what I think of as our keynote speaker, someone who can speak in broad terms to the future of resource adequacy in the United States. His office has done a lot of work in this area over the last few years, developing a lot of resources that are available to all of us. And so I'm happy to welcome Paul to brief us on this work and provide a context for some of the things we'll be discussing today. Thank you, Paul.
Great, thank you. And just double checking, y'all can hear me okay?
We can.
Excellent. Well, I really appreciate the invitation and the opportunity to speak to you about this really important topic. I'm going to share my screen and make sure that you all can see that. Got some slides to walk through. Can I get a thumbs up? You all can see the slides okay?
We can.
Great. Yeah, so really excited to be here. As Glenn mentioned, right now I'm acting director for deployment and infrastructure at DOE's Office of Policy. And as you can think about from the name, deployment and infrastructure, I want to build stuff and I want to help the whole nation, all the regions, all states build the infrastructure and resources they need to meet future resource adequacy needs and to really drive the economy, capture all the benefits that we see coming down the line. So specifically, resource adequacy, reliability, top of mind for all of us at DOE. As Glenn mentioned, we've got a host of analyses, data, and thinking in the department across our national lab systems about how we can really maintain our reliable, affordable, and clean energy system. So just to provide some context, I probably don't need to point out to you all of the dynamics of the power system in the period of rapid change that we find ourselves in. Changing resource mix, we're adding new wind, solar energy storage systems at the same time as which we're retiring older emitting fossil plants. Extreme weather worsened by climate change. We've got extreme events that are getting broader, deeper, and longer lasting, stressing the system and the infrastructure that generally was built and planned decades ago for a different climate. The events that we're seeing, they're getting more intense in terms of temperature extremes. They're over larger geographic areas than we've seen before, which is stressing our ability to share resources in a way that we have once done. And they're longer lasting, multi-day, multi-week events are really putting the crunch on our infrastructure. And even seeing events like this happening in time periods where generally we haven't seen them before, right? So hot weather happening in the shoulder seasons when we would have taken the time to do maintenance and other work. That's something new that we need to plan for. At the same time, demand growth, as was mentioned before, after a decade and a half nationally of relatively flat demand for electricity, recognizing the success of a lot of efficiency programs, we're now expecting that we're entering a new period of rising demand, as I think you all are experiencing here too. And that's something that I'll dig into a little bit more later. And then on top of all that, of course, there's the additional, what I call complicating factors, physical cybersecurity attacks on the infrastructure, supply chain issues for critical grid equipment and things like that. So earlier this year, we released this report, The Future of Resource Adequacy. It's a short-ish report in terms of Department of Energy and National Lab standards. It's about 30 pages and tries to bring together all of the resources that we have brought to bear on this issue, the latest thinking, and provide our perspective on how we think we can continue to maintain our reliable system going into the future. There's a lot of technical detail in the report that covers things that we think we need to improve on the resource adequacy planning side and the technical side, covering the basics of improving our load and weather forecasting, improving the data we have on our resources, integrating demand side resources into the planning processes that we're using, getting more refined and better, more granular tools for assessing how peak periods are shifting into different times of the day, and overall improving our assessment of the capacity value for all the resources that contribute to resource adequacy. So I encourage you all to look at the report for sort of that deep dive and the links to all the other materials that the national labs have and that we offer on this topic. What I want to do today is really just highlight a few key themes from the report and really spend more time on the opportunity and on the solution sides, rather than spending too much time dwelling on the challenges. I think generally we all know the challenges really well, and we could probably spend hours on each one of these topics that I just outlined. So rather, I want to talk about the opportunities, the tools, and the solutions that we have now. The two core messages that I want to leave you with today, if you're just tuning in for the first 5 minutes, are one, in order to address the challenge, we need to be exploring every technology and other solution that's out there. If we don't consider all the solutions and put them in the planning and really turn over every rock, we're not going to be able to meet the challenge. We're leaving options on the table. We're leaving solutions that are going to lead to a system that's not optimal. And two, now's the time to really deploy these solutions and explore them, because because we've got tools and incentives, especially at the federal level, that we've never had before. So first, a little bit of table setting on historical reliability trends nationwide. In general, our power system is the envy of the rest of the world. It's extremely reliable compared to other systems and has been at least over the last decade. And we're thinking about resource adequacy. We're looking at where disruptions come from. The vast majority of those disruptions come from the distribution system, as would be expected. Things, trees falling on your distribution line, things like that. These two metrics that are tracked at the national level, the total number of events on average, and the total duration of all these events in terms of minutes per year. The blue color and the orange color represent outages caused by things happening on the distribution system. And you can see those account for the vast majority of number of events and the total duration of all these outages. Relative to that, the gray part, which is loss of supply on the bulk power system that we're talking about today, that represents a smaller fraction of this. But of course, as mentioned earlier, even a short blackout during a critical time period is extremely disruptive and extremely costly. So even though it looks small on this chart, it's still an important thing and is high priority to be able to make sure that, one, we reduce the number and duration of these events from the supply side, and we're making sure that anything that we're doing is not going to cause these events to be more frequent going forward. Now, diving in a little bit more into those specific events happening on the supply side, what we've seen over the last few years is that there are some increases in these hours of load shed, and they are primarily driven by, again, the extreme weather that we've talked about before. 2020, wildfires, hurricanes, 2021, Winter Storm Uri, 2022, heat waves, and Winter Storm Elliott, all driving significant amounts of hours of loss of load. So we do really need to redouble our efforts here because, again, the extreme weather events, they're going to be happening more frequently, they're getting bigger, they're getting longer, and this is the type of new climate that we need to be planning for, especially as we're building infrastructure that we're hoping to last for decades. Now I'm going to dive into one other part of the problem that we wanted to talk about, and this is load growth, of course. We're seeing load growth today that we have not seen recently. Over the last, this graph is looking at total national electricity demand over the last few decades. So you can see from about 2005 till about 2022, national load has been pretty flat. And we view that as a success. Really, that represents a lot of investment in efficiency and the success of efficiency technologies, especially things like LED light bulbs, where we've actually seen that driving a lot of demand reduction over the last few decades. Prior to 2005, though, looking back even further, demand growth is not unprecedented. We routinely saw time periods in the nation where we were seeing demand growth over 10-year periods of 10, 20%, even up to 30%. And we met that demand growth through building out a ton of infrastructure and a ton of supply. So this type of load growth is not necessarily unprecedented, but it has been a while since we've seen it before. And part of the issue is we need to reorient as an industry, both private industry, public side, government, regulators, into this new paradigm of preparing for load growth and building to meet it. The NERC load forecast most recently forecasts that there's going to be 15% load growth over the next 10 years nationwide. This load forecast was from end of December and includes information over last year. So we do expect when NERC has an updated load forecast that it's going to be even more than it was in December. Now, one way to view this is as a problem or as a challenge to meet, but the other way to view it is this is good news and this is an opportunity. What load growth represents is economic opportunity. It's investments. It's things like data centers, yes, but it's also things like new semiconductor fabs, new manufacturing facilities for batteries and electric vehicles. And on the horizon, there's more coming, things like electrolysis to produce clean hydrogen. So all of this is investment, it's benefits, it's things we want to capture, and it's investment and it's jobs in the United States and in individual communities. We want to make sure that we can support that, again, with our reliable, affordable, and clean electricity system. The other piece of this is that demand growth is something that we welcome because it's aligned with what we know we're going to need to do long-term to meet our clean energy objectives and our climate objectives. Our National Renewable Energy Lab a few years ago published this study on how to get to 100% clean electricity by 2035 and how that would be consistent with getting to a full net zero economy by 2050. And they find that you need to grow load to do that, because not just the things and the manufacturing that we're talking about now, but electrification of the rest of the economy, electric vehicles, heat pumps, electrified industries, decarbonizing those other hard to decarbonize sectors. All of that relies on more clean electricity powering those demands. Let's talk about data centers for a minute. Again, data centers are a different type of load, right? Because they are growing quickly and it's a lot of load all in one place, right? Hundreds of gigawatts, hundreds of megawatts, and then talking about gigawatt scale facilities in one location is a ton of load to serve in a place. And that's different from the type of load growth that we were seeing decades ago. And that makes it difficult to plan for and also difficult to project. It's a fast moving industry right now. We know that developers want to move fast, capture the market, deploy data centers to capture and support applications in artificial intelligence and whatnot. And what we've got here is a national load growth projection produced by EPRI, this is the Electric Power Research Institute, earlier this year, looking at a few different trajectories of load growth from data centers. We'd say, in general, efficiency over the decades has been the primary way in which we have been able to meet increasing demands for computational power, to power the internet, cloud services, and all the things that we rely on for a modern economy. And it's been an incredible achievement. Demand in 2000, remember, really just when internet was starting to take off in terms of e-commerce and everything, really has not increased that much from 2000 through to 2020. And think about all the new uses for cloud services and computational power that we've had since then. So that's been a real success story. What's happening now is that the type of equipment is changing. The type of chips used for AI purposes are more efficient for those types of computational tasks, but they do require a lot more energy. We think that there is a lot of efficiency gains to be had in the future, but those efficiency gains are not necessarily going to outweigh the demand and deployment for all of these new chips. So what EPRI has put together here are a few different pathways at different load growth scenarios. Today, here in 2024, we think electricity demand nationwide is about 4% of total electricity demand. Through to 2050, in the moderate growth cases, that could go up slowly to 5%, but in the higher growth case, that can go as high as 9%. And that is a huge deployment of demand for new electricity that needs to be met by our power system. This report as well does some state-by-state projections. And so I pulled out the Washington State one here too, just for comparison. EPRI's estimate of consumption by data centers in 2023 in Washington is 5.7%. And the range of projections, again, lots of uncertainty, but range of projections for where it could go goes up to 6% or up to 13% by 2030. So recognizing that this is a challenge because, again, a lot of growth, it's all in one place, and there's uncertainty. And planning for uncertainty is really challenging. It's not the same uncertainty as saying, well, maybe we've got a little bit of growth here in this town, or maybe the town will grow a lot, and we've got to prepare for that. It's different because we're saying maybe there'll be a 1 gigawatt facility here, and we would have to do a ton and build a ton to prepare for it. Or maybe that facility decides to go somewhere else, in which case it's no longer there, and we don't have to prepare for 1 gigawatt's worth of load growth. So recognizing that's a new type of challenge with this type of load growth. Okay, so I promised to talk about solutions. So enough talking about the challenges. I want to talk about solutions. I'm not the first to say it, others have said it, that Department of Energy sometimes referred to the solutions department because we invest in all of the different solutions that we think are out there to meet load growth and to meet resource adequacy writ large. And again, the key message that we want to bring is that it's not just one thing. It's not just loads growing, we have resource adequacy concerns, we have to build new natural gas right now. It's we have solutions across the whole system, and we've got to explore all those solutions, make sure we're turning over every rock and making sure we're really assessing them in our plans so that we can come up with the best solution that's robust and has a portfolio of things to meet our objectives. So we've broken this down into 3 buckets. We've got everything we need to do on the grid side to deploy clean energy and storage to meet demand. We've got everything that we can invest in the grid infrastructure itself, both building new transmission, enhancing transmission, reconductoring, and the new technologies like grid enhancing technologies. Then we've got everything on the demand side, often overlooked, but efficiency itself and all the new ways that we can have demand side flexibility through things like virtual power plants and whatnot. In this chart right here on the top, we've tried to break it down into things we might be able to do in the nearer term versus things we've got to invest in now in order to be prepared for the long term. So it's a broad portfolio of things. And again, we need to be exploring all of these things and have them on the table. There's no silver bullet here anywhere. But if we're not exploring each one of these opportunities, then we're going to leave something on the table and we're not going to get to the optimal solution. Oh, and the thing that I will mention is we've done deep dive assessments on many of these technologies. So the ones that are highlighted here in blue and in purple are ones where we've got what we've called these liftoff reports. A number of these technologies where the technology is there, they're ready to be commercialized, and what we need is the commitment to commercialization in the long term to really make sure that we're building the first, second, third, fourth, 10th of a kind of all of these types of technologies. So that way we can get to where we need to be long term, recognizing that load growth is here to stay, and we're going to need these technologies long term. So liftoff.energy.gov again has the deep dive for all of these deep dive reports on all of these technologies. Encourage you to go there and check those out. Okay, so I've talked about those solutions, technology solutions that we see there, and now talk about why is now the good time to be doing that. And it's because we've got federal tools that we didn't have a few years ago. Inflation Reduction Act, IRA, enacted in August 2022, really incentivized deployment of these clean technologies. Bipartisan infrastructure law from November 2021, lots of investments in long-term infrastructure, including on the power system, and separately in the CHIPS and Science Act, a lot of investments in science and innovation. These, especially the IRA and the bipartisan infrastructure law, provided tools to the federal government to help deploy a lot of these solutions that we didn't have before. So next few slides are a ton of tables. I'm not going to go through them in depth, but I'm putting them out here to tell you these are the types and the breadth of resources that are within the federal government and across Department of Energy that we think can be brought to bear on some of these problems, and really helps emphasize why now is the good time to start looking at these technology solutions and planning for them in a way that maybe you weren't going to do, because we've got tools and assistance that we can bring to bear on the problem. So on the grid scale side, we've got tax credits from the Inflation Reduction Act, providing production tax credits or investment tax credits up to 30% of the investment for any clean electricity technology investment or energy storage investment. We've got loan programs at DOE, innovative technology loan programs, and a brand new energy infrastructure reinvestment loan program. I'm going to take a minute to go into depth on that one because that one's important and it's newly provided from the Inflation Reduction Act. What this one allows us to do is to say, if you're going to rebuild, reinvest, retool, reuse any energy infrastructure, then the department can support that through low-cost loans to do that type of project. Energy infrastructure is defined pretty broadly, there's a closed coal facility and you want to reuse that interconnection point to build a data center or other manufacturing facility, we can use this loan program. If you've got a transmission line, you want to reconductor that line with more advanced conductors in order to enhance and expand the capacity of that line, you can use this loan program. The loan programs can also be combined with the tax credits. So if you want to, again, reinvest in a closed coal facility, invest in a new transmission line, and then you also want to put clean energy or energy storage at that point of the facility, that unlocks the tax credits that can be combined with the loans to really make a more affordable and more attractive project. We've got other technical assistance programs on dams and nuclear reactors. We got money to spur deployment of the next set of technologies in Generation 3 and small modular reactors in the department that we're working on. All of this on the grid scale clean energy. On infrastructure and expansion, Inflation Reduction Act and the infrastructure law provided DOE with a ton of tools to support transmission directly, transmission facilitation program, a financing program. Again, our loans can support transmission projects. We have a direct support program in our grid deployment office, our grid resilience and innovation partnerships program. We've gone through a few rounds of funding, more rounds of funding will open in the future, but that's funds directly to invest in innovative projects to enhance efficiency and resilience of your system. Demand side flexibility. People don't think about this often in terms of the tax credits, but the tax credits provide a ton of incentives on the demand side to deploy demand side technologies, both efficiency, but also heat pumps, electric vehicles, on-site batteries behind the meter at homes and businesses. All of these things that could be used on the demand side to provide more flexibility to the system. We've got tax credits to support those. Our loans, again, we've got loans that we've used to deploy virtual power plant systems that have sort of built out of a aggregation of many different deployments of these technologies. Then we've got a number of different direct support programs as well to support deployment. So it's a ton of tools. We also have technical assistance to help you understand what are the tools and how we can use them. From the data center side, we actually have a whole center of expertise for energy efficiency in data centers at our Lawrence Berkeley National Lab, which provides training for data center operators, owners, and other stakeholders who want to learn more and want to help best prepare their systems for data center deployment. We've got technical assistance programs for state energy offices, for regulators. We work through our colleagues and collaborators at other national associations to help get you the technical assistance that you need to plan for and use many of these technologies and tools. And it's worth just taking another second on the tax credits because this really is a transformative moment, especially for the clean electricity tax credits. So one thing that I'm going to highlight here is really the size of the bonuses that are available and how you can stack these things up. I'd mentioned this example of if you're going to reinvest in the site of a closed coal facility to build a new manufacturing facility, and then maybe you want to deploy solar or storage or some other technology there. One, if you're going to do that and you meet the prevailing wage and apprenticeship requirements, you're going to take advantage of the investment tax credit. The ITC provides you 30% cash in the tax credit from what you've invested in that facility. If you're doing it at the site of a closed coal facility, you get an additional 10 percentage point bonus for being located in this energy community. That gets you a 40% total investment tax credit. If you meet domestic content for the solar and storage, that gets you another 10 percentage point bonus. That gets you 50% of the total investment back in the facility. And there's other program, a different type of program, but if it benefits low income communities and smaller than a certain size, you can add on another 10 to 20% onto top of that. So there's a huge opportunity here. I want to make sure that everyone's aware of how broadly these type of tax credits can be provided. Because these aren't specific to certain types of technologies and configurations. It's any zero emitting clean electricity technology. So this implies to, and storage. So it's not just solar and wind, geothermal, nuclear, batteries of any type, energy storage of energy type, not technology specific. So there's lots of opportunity to apply this to many different types of technologies. Time frame as well. It used to be that tax credits are on and off. They lasted for some time, then they went away and they got renewed. With the Inflation Reduction Act, these tax credits are here for at least 10 years and probably longer because they don't actually expire until we reach emissions reductions nationwide. So what's the opportunity here? One of our recent liftoff reports, which again I'll point to at the end, tries to roll up all of the different technologies that we see out there across the three buckets: the grid scale clean energy and energy storage, what we can do on grid infrastructure and expanding it, and on the demand side through energy efficiency and demand side flexibility. We looked at what we need over the next 10 years from the NERC outlooks. We've tried to map up, okay, if we were going to go far and deploy as much as we can on these four buckets across all these technologies, is that enough to meet the need? And we think it is enough to make a huge dent in what's needed over the next 10 years nationwide. Hundreds of gigawatts that are possible across these technologies. And again, we've got a liftoff report that we just published last month, which sort of breaks this down by technology and where the opportunities are, and encourage you to go look at that to get more details. We've also got some examples of success stories and things that we'd like to see across all of these three buckets. One of them that I want to highlight, because it's related to data centers, is something that we've done recently through our GRIP program, our Grid Resilience and Innovative Partnership Programs. It's in the middle here with the Virginia Department of Energy. What we're doing is we're supporting them to deploy grid enhancing technologies and deploying a battery storage at the site of a data center. And that helps the data center not necessarily be just a load and a demand on the grid, but then they're offering to use that energy storage, not just for themselves for backup power, but they're using it to ease and provide services to the grid, sort of prevent additional infrastructure needs around peak periods. And we think that this is a great thing that we want to see more of. We want to see data centers, other large loads, use behind the meter technologies, work with utilities to enable that kind of flexibility and to deploy new ways to connect to the grid, provide services to the grid, and work together to meet many of the resource adequacy challenges. So I'll wrap things up here to provide back to you. Here we pulled together at energy.gov/electricity demand all of these resources that I've talked about. The resource adequacy paper, all of the tools and programs, information on the tax credits, information on the loans, information on data center efficiency programs themselves, all the technical assistance, all the DOE National Lab research reports that we've had, other upcoming events on this topic. We know it's a lot, so we've also added this one single stop shop email address, businesshub@hq.doe.gov. If you need help with any of these resources, finding more resources, want support on who do we even talk to about more of them, email that email address and we can help work with you to organize, get in touch with the right people, and hopefully lead to deployment of solutions. So DOE, we're talking to utilities, we're talking to data centers, state regulators, technology providers all the time. And we want to connect folks to the right resources to drive the conversations to help make deployment happen. So that way we can do this whole paradigm shift of meeting demand, planning for demand, and enabling all the benefits, economic benefits, workforce benefits of investment here in the United States and in Washington. So I'll end there. Thanks for letting me talk. Again, happy to answer any questions on any of these resources. I'm really hoping that we can help you all drive the conversation on resource adequacy and deploy solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul, for that presentation, the overview that you provided. Let's see what we have in the way of questions. I'll start with commissioners.
Well, thank you. This is Dave Danner. I'm chair of the commission. I really appreciate the presentation this morning. There's so much going on, and I think you summarized it very well. Regulatory commissions are traditionally have not allowed for recovery of research and development in utility tariffs. And that's because we don't like to place risk on the customers. So when you talk about technologies that are not yet commercialized, when a private investor-owned utility that is subject to state regulation or state regulatory commissions wants to get into the game, obviously the federal support helps bring costs down, but there's still a lot of risk that utilities won't be able to recover their investments and rates. Do you have any advice for either utilities or regulators on how to deal with this? Obviously, we're concerned about affordability, reliability, meeting the load requirements, but we are very risk averse just by our nature and our culture and by the laws that we have to implement.
Yeah, of course. Totally understand the risk averse nature and totally agree that we want to make sure that any of the investments are protecting the other customers on the system. One of the things that we've thought about and we would love to explore more with utilities, regulators, and a lot of these large load off-takers is ways to have the large load off-takers share more of the risk of project development rather than having it spread over all of the other customers of the system. I think an example that you may be familiar with is recently in Nevada, Google and Nevada Power filed for a new tariff structure. I think it's the CTT, the Clean Transition Tariff. And basically it does that. It allows Google to be the one to, through the utility, support deployment of an innovative geothermal technology where they're agreeing to be the off-taker long-term, but they're also agreeing to take on some of the risk, and that risk is not shared amongst the other customers and ratepayers. So we think especially for data centers where you have a corporation, they have their own clean electricity goals, they have a lot of resources and they want to move quickly, it makes sense to work with them to develop maybe new tariff structures and new regulatory structures where they can take on more of the risk rather than the rest of the customers on the system.
Good morning, Paul. Commissioner Ann Randolph from Washington. Appreciate all the information. How is, in addition to providing all the resources and funding and support for building these resources, all these necessary resources, aside from the NHTSA program, how is DOE supporting the actual permitting and getting these things? Because it's one thing to say you're going to build it, and it's another thing to get through what can be a difficult process to actually get things built, transmission and generation. Yeah,
thanks for the question. Absolutely agree that permitting is a key part of the deployment story and the deployment need. We've done actually a number of permitting actions over this last year in an attempt to really streamline and make the permitting process more efficient from the federal government perspective. The program is the SITAP program, which is an acronym, which I do not think I'm going to be able to come up with what the acronyms stand for on the spot, but I can send resources afterwards. Basically what it means is that for any transmission permitting process that touches on the federal government, DOE becomes the lead for that permitting action. And we set ourselves our own shot clock of 2 years to get everything done. So whether it's working with BLM or the Forest Service or Interior or any other federal lands, DOE becomes the one who owns and runs that process and does the coordination. So we think that that's going to help address a lot of the federal level issues that we've seen before with permitting. But that's one that we've really been focused on happy to follow up with more information on the SciTap program if you'd like afterwards.
Anything? I'll ask a question, but first I will let the audience know that if you have a question, we have a little bit of time, and so don't be shy about offering up that if you've got something. But in the meantime, Paul, in the way you were categorizing the different technologies, it seemed like on the demand side, the virtual power plants were described as sort of a long-term solution. It also seems like there is an opportunity in the near term to use virtual power plants and other demand management solutions to meet even just, the situation that we might be in over the next 1 year or 2 year.
Mhm.
How does it seem based on the work that DOE has done? What are the near-term opportunities with respect to the demand side?
Yeah, that's a good question. And apologies if I made it seem like virtual power plants was a far off solution, like some of the others. We agree that there are near-term opportunities on the demand side. We use virtual power plants to sort of cover any type of demand side solution that's providing demand reductions as needed to meet system needs. So even your existing type of demand response programs that can be expanded, I would put under that category. And we do see it as a possible near-term solution because it's not something where it basically avoids some of the other challenges in timeline that you have with other big, large projects, right? In general, it's stuff that's already deployed in people's homes and businesses. In general, it's using the distribution system as is. We're just sort of adding a layer of control and communications and sometimes regulatory processes needed on top of that to enable that to happen. So we do see some challenges and some issues that need to be addressed. Some of it is related to things like cybersecurity. If you've got thousands of solar panels and batteries in people's homes, want to make sure that there aren't any additional risks that are posed by bringing these systems and their control systems and interoperating them with the centralized control systems of a utility. So that's one area that needs to have a close eye when we're exploring more deployment of these programs. But I absolutely agree. I think there's near-term opportunities there. We do have one of our liftoff reports is on the near-term opportunities for virtual power plants. It's again also in that link of resources and at liftoff.doe.gov. Sorry, liftoff.energy.gov.
Great, thank you.
And again, I want to invite anyone who's in the room, if you have a question, come up to the table and go ahead and introduce yourself and ask. Also, if you're on the line, you can raise your hand and we can call on you. All right, yes, Nick Garcia, come up.
First of all, Nicholas Garcia with Waputa, and thank you. I think we really appreciate the opportunity to have this be more of a dialogue than just one directional. So we really, really appreciate that. My question is kind of a follow-on to Dr. Blackman's question, which is we face a very near-term challenge. This winter, we had, I believe, 4 utilities declare stage 3 alerts, meaning that they were very, very close to having to start shedding load. And many of the items you were talking about in terms of opportunities going down seem to me to be more midterm, something that would be 5 to 10 years out rather than something to do immediately. And notwithstanding some of the opportunities with demand response, if we see load growth, I'm projecting myself that we're going to run into severe load shedding risk. And I guess my question to you is, Do you have any suggestions about what a utility or the industry could do in the Pacific Northwest because of our specific challenges? Just as a side note, during the power issues we had this winter, wind was producing about 1 to 1.5% of its rated capacity. Solar was producing about 3% of its rated capacity. So it's, given those concerns, given our transmission constraints, what would you suggest? What would be your recommendations for actions that this region could take? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. And I think it does go very closely with the previous question and discussion that I was having, where I think anything that we can do to leverage the infrastructure that we have in place is the fastest thing that we can do. As I mentioned before, batteries are a technology that we've talked about for a long time, and we've seen the possibility of deployment for a long time. I've been at DOE for 10 years, so go back 10 years ago, we were talking about like grid scale storage, even behind the meter storage. It was like, hey, yeah, eventually like we'll need storage, but it's still pretty expensive. I don't have the graph with me, but I can send it before. We're going to exceed, I think, 30 gigawatts of storage nationwide, or 30 gigawatts of battery storage nationwide by the end of this calendar year. So the industry is there, and this is up from battery storage that was less than a couple, I would say less than a couple hundred megawatts just 5 years ago. So the opportunity is there, the industry is there, and because it's such a unique type of asset, I don't think we've fully taken advantage of all that it can offer in situations where it can be really useful, either deploying it at a substation or at a transmission node to provide that little bit of extra capacity during an extreme event, taking advantage of battery deployment behind the meter at homes and businesses and ways we can leverage that during those events. I'm not certain that the full like regulatory structure is there for doing that on the utility side. I know that it varies jurisdiction to jurisdiction, how well any behind the meter battery is used or interoperated with the rest of the system with when it's done at a home or business. But those are some things that in an emergency situation where you've got a few months, we can deploy a battery behind the meter at a home or business within a few months. And that's something where there's an opportunity if there's enough drive behind it and ability to do it quickly and everything's aligned, there's an opportunity there before winter. And again, on the tax credits, both for homes and businesses and utilities, that's a 30% tax credit for the investment, off the investment for that battery system. So the incentives are there as well.
Thank you. I see a question online from Senator Matt Banky. Thank you, Senator Banky, for participating today, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Glenn, and thanks, commissioners, for allowing me to speak on this. And thank you, Paul. Very well run program, very detailed update that you were doing. Trying to take notes of the small fine print on those slides, really tough to do. So appreciate you sharing those.
Yeah.
My question.
It's all online at energy.gov/electricity demand.
Actually, I got it pulled up right now on my other screen. So thanks. Try to do my due diligence as we all do here in the room. My question really is on the artificial intelligence piece as well. And the two-parter, we just launched the grid storage launchpad to your previous question of getting that capability of a battery storage into the portfolio of allowing all options to be on the table. So when utilities, companies, the investments in manufacturing communities, those can have that on the table faster, quicker, better. Like you said, 30 gigawatts by the end of this calendar year is scary. We need to get to that as soon as possible. But appreciate your comments on the energy reinvestment of current. And as we change over the energy power plants of the now and what those look like into the future, whether it's fossil or the clean energy projects we can transition to. If we can go after that, I would share with you more of a challenge to push that faster, better, quicker on the energy reinvestments. If you could share that with a lot of our group, the combined tax credit functions of how we can integrate that synchronizing our efforts across the state is one of my priorities, as well as looking how, again, AI, if you could speak to how that's helping out Department of Energy, look at those creative functions, breaking down those barriers so we can streamline permitting, siting, getting to this demand resources that states are looking at. We can integrate faster, we can be more prepared for you and help our commissioners do a better job in this space, if you could speak to that. But thanks, Paul. Appreciate you coming.
Yeah, no, of course. And on that last point, yes, I've talked a lot about, we say energy for AI, providing the electricity and energy needed to power AI and AI data centers. There's also AI for energy. How can we use AI as a tool to help us do better, plan better, and move faster? We do have, I will say upfront, I'm not an expert on that side of the house because we have a whole other team who works on the AI for energy. But we do have a host of tools that we're working on, one of which I think we just released. It's Voltaic, which is like Volt AIC. I think it's also on our landing page, so you can look at it there. But it is a draft tool that we are piloting with others, permitting agencies, both at the federal level and I think some at the state level, to basically help intake applications better and do environmental assessments more efficiently by looking at those pieces where we're redoing things a lot and we're pulling together information a lot. Can we more efficiently pull that information together, identify what the really key priorities are while still doing a thorough and efficient job at it? So that's definitely an opportunity, and we've got investments there. Happy to follow up on what some of those are. And apologies, the first part of your question, I think it was more on the Energy Infrastructure Reinvestment Program.
Yeah.
Yes, so that's a program, again, can be combined with the tax credits. You can access it through the Business Hub email address. We have tons of teams of people who do business development for that type of program. It's entirely an application-driven program, so we can't go out there and do anything with it. We rely on people coming to us with projects in mind. And once they do, it's a multi-stage application process, but we absolutely can take people at the like, hey, I have an idea for a project and I just want to talk about whether it's something that you can use the loan program for. We absolutely can do that. And we can point you in directions of other programs if it turns out that our program isn't quite right for that project. But we welcome anyone to come reach out to us and talk about possible projects.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Paul.
Senator, I just wanted to let you know that the commission did issue a policy statement in the last few months to create an incentive for the utilities to take advantage of the energy infrastructure reinvestment and also other IRA and IIJA efforts that to help support the project share that they would have to provide for some of these projects to make sure and to create other direction and incentive for them to pursue these projects. So that is something we can share with you, but we understand that it takes a lot to pursue many of these projects and to work in collaboration with other entities to pursue these projects. So we are indicating our support and our encouragement to pursue this funding that's available to help us meet this need that we have. So I'm happy to share that with you.
Appreciate that. And I guess I was just doubling down and sharing the commissioner's emphasis and pushing that out and helping reinforce that from the state level. So we appreciate you doing that. Thank you so much.
And thank you. I know we're at 10 o'clock. I have just one quick question for you, Paul. In the Northwest, we're a pretty diverse group. We're about 50% investor-owned utilities, about 50% municipals and other public utilities. And we also have a major player in the region with the Bonneville Power Administration, who does a lot on transmission. And I was wondering specifically with regard to BPA, how much does your office work directly with them? They'll be here later in the afternoon, but I'm just curious if you are if they are eligible for funding, if there's other ways of working with them. Just wondering if you have a relationship with them.
Yeah, thanks. We definitely do have a relationship with them. They're, in the org chart of the Department of Energy, which is huge. They are actually part of DOE under the Power Marketing Administration's authority or administration. And we do coordinate with them. They do operate independently, as you know, but certainly in terms of the resources and technical expertise that we have, we do work together on those types of things and in planning processes. To incentives, they're not eligible for tax incentives and in some of the other incentives that we have, but many of the other entities are. And one thing just to highlight, because you had mentioned not just IOUs, but munis and co-ops. With the Inflation Reduction Act, munis and co-ops and other not-for-profit entities are also now eligible for the tax credits. They can get them as a direct cash payment from the IRS rather than on their tax statement, because of course they don't pay taxes. So that's another opportunity that even those entities can be exploring, using the tax credits to deploy technologies like some of the battery technology solutions and other clean energy solutions.
All right. Well, thank you again, Paul, for joining us today. It's been a great keynote to get us started for the day. I'm going to turn it over to to Jennifer now, who's going to bring up our next group.
Yeah, so I'm Jennifer Snyder, section manager here with UTC staff. And I'm lucky enough to be able to introduce some people who are going to report on our regional resource adequacy assessments. We have Dor Hirschbar Guy, who is a power system analyst with the Northwest Power and Conservation Council. We also have Victoria Ravenscroft and Katie Rogers with the Western Electric Coordinating Council.
And how?
Yes, and Dor can go first, unless you guys want to go a different order. But yeah, Dor is scheduled to go first.
Hi, good morning. Katie, if it's still good, I'm happy to go first. Oh, I'll take it as a yes.
Yes,
That's right. Yeah, please do.
Perfect. Am I sharing from my screen?
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay, perfect. 1 second. Apologies. Are you seeing, just checking, what slide are you seeing? What is the view?
We're seeing the title slide, 2029 Resource Adequacy Assessment of the Pacific Northwest.
Okay, so you're seeing it. I apologize because I only see it from my view. So you see the full presentation view?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Well,
We'll work with
well,
that.
we're not
Oh.
seeing the full presentation view, but
Let's try that again. And I apologize. We'll switch this Zoom swap presenter. Okay, so now we're all set.
yes.
Good.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. Thank you for having me today. I'm excited to share the council's recent 2029 resource adequacy assessment. We'll talk about a couple of things. One is a review of our multi-metric adequacy approach. It's important to understand the transition we've made from a single metric to multiple metrics. The bulk of today will be about the assessment, and then we'll also wrap up with the wrap, no pun intended, but talk about how reserves were considered in the 2021 power plan and the implications that we're seeing moving forward. For those following our resource adequacy advisory committees or general advisory committees, you know that our adequacy approach with our production cost model called Genesis is to simulate the Northwest power system to meet Northwest load. We do that with the context of the greater WEC. In a few slides, you'll see our geographic representation. But really, each simulation represents 1 year. We do hundreds of scenarios across different conditions of hydro, of load, of wind, temperatures. And any time, whether an hour or multiple hours, that there's insufficient load to meet, there's insufficient resources to meet the load, it is a shortfall or a deficit. However, these modeled shortfalls don't necessitate an actual curtailment. And really what these model shortfalls tell us is it signals that a non-modeled emergency measure is necessary to avoid the curtailment. And this is a big philosophical change to how we used to do things with a loss of load probability. It's still had the same representation of, a shortfall doesn't mean curtailment, but we used to say, what is the risk of having a year with at least one shortfall? That's the loss of load probability. And the way to think about it is this is a simplified representation. We have the resource stack on the right, and then you have a variety of resources on the left. And anytime that there's a gap, that is that shortfall or deficit. The way to interpret shortfalls, the way that we're approaching it, is these metrics, they evaluate the risk. And so we could use these metrics to inform the type of emergency measures that we know operators and decision makers end up having that are not part of the model. We have two terms, type 1 and type 2. We weren't very unique with the names. Think of type 1 emergency measures as those within a utility's control. It could be high operating costs outside an active portfolio. It could be a high-priced market purchase above the limit. So we talked about the January event where the region imported more than it tends to, and actually it was, I think someone said, a near miss from an adequacy perspective, right? There was no supply issues that we saw. There were more distributional. But that was an example that we purchased more from the market at a higher cost than we normally allow from an adequacy perspective. And so that is a convenient example for a type 1 emergency measure. It could also be load buyback provisions and then industry backup generators, hospitals and other industries that have their own generators. We distinguish these from type 2 emergency measures. Think of these as the extraordinary events. Governors or officials calls for conservation, rolling blackouts, and in very extreme cases, as happened in 2001, curtailing fish and wildlife operations. Now, the model, we don't say as analysts or as the council, which type 1 or type 2 measure is necessary. But what we can say, if we define the characteristics of shortfalls we see in the model, we could start seeing what type of emergency measures would be needed to mitigate them. And so if we're again thinking of this a simplified representation of here's a gap of emergency measures that actual utilities would have to respond to, we worked with our advisory committees for a very long process with surveys and interviews and these multiple meetings to try to get the regional aggregate representation of emergency capabilities. How much can the region expect to have or protect against in these events? And so one takeaway is even though we have numbers that you'll see in the next slide, they're not perfect and there's no clear line in the sand. A type 2 measure for one utility could still be considered a type 1 for another. And so remember that the hat that the council has really is a regional perspective. And so understanding that we moved from one metric that says how or is the year going to be bad, what are the probabilities of that, to how bad should we expect the years to be. And to do that, the metrics that we've decided to use capture frequency, duration, and magnitude. In terms of frequency, the way to consider it is how can we protect against frequent deficits? And frequent deficits means frequent use of emergency measures, meaning it is either uneconomical or we're doing something more than we ought to. And so our frequency metric is loss of load events. This is slightly different from what many utilities or the RAP uses for loss of load expectation. We're counting all events. Loss of load expectation counts event days. Similar in nature, but slightly aligned different. And initially, we were going to use an annual perspective. So let's have a 0.1, which means, roughly speaking, not more than one event in 10 years, but let's have it on an annual basis. But we've heard from stakeholders that we should consider aligning with the RAP. They use a seasonal 0.1 in summer and seasonal 0.1 in winter as well. And so to kind of respond to those requests, we have aligned with the RAP's seasonal approach to frequency. Again, even though it's a slightly different metric, but we still want to have that annual overview. And so we are also reporting an annual frequency. So we could also see what happens in the fall and in the spring. This would tell us how often we need emergency measures. But the question that we wanted to ask is, what type of emergency measures should we protect against? And instead of using average metrics, which have their good merits, we are using tail end metrics. And so we're going to ask is, what is the longest duration we want to protect against in a given amount of years? What is the single greatest hourly deficit and the total aggregate years unserved energy? And what we were saying is, let's protect against shortfalls that are no longer than at 8 hours or less. 1,200 megawatts for the peak hour, and then 9,600 megawatts for megawatt hours for the annual perspective. Now, it's not a coincidence. We wanted to protect against 8 hours at the maximum hourly peak. That's how you get 9,600. Now, we're using a tail end perspective, as mentioned, technically the 97.5th percentile. The way that this gets translated high level is 39 out of 40 years, we could protect against events that are not too big or not too long. Think of it as 39 out of 40 years, we could have a system that a type 1 emergency measure would be sufficient to mitigate the response. Once in 40 years, we might need a type 2 emergency measure. And so the philosophical note here is that we are recognizing that we can't have a system that is 100% adequate. There will always be something that is too expensive or too rare that we should mitigate, or we can ask, should we plan to mitigate an event that's 1 in 100 years? And as a council, we're saying we are comfortable with these metrics. We've worked with the advisory committees. We're going to keep finessing towards the next plan, but these are the metrics that we've decided to move with the adequacy assessment. To consider the assessment, remember that we are actually testing the previous power plan. It's not a needs assessment, it's not a mini IRP, and it's not a mini plan. We're looking at what was the resource strategy for the 2021 power plan and testing it a few years into the future. And as a short reminder, the plan strategy include 6,000 balancing up reserves, so increasing the amount of reserves. This is the topic we'll end the slides with. From a renewable perspective, have at least 3,500 megawatts of renewables. This is by 2027. Energy efficiency of a range between 750 and 1,000 average megawatts. Again, this is 2027. We'll see what happens in 2029. And then also demand response, so about 720 megawatts, depending on the futures. And this includes both demand voltage regulation and time of use rates. So this is the strategy that was set up by the plan to look at 2027. And the scenarios that we wanted to test them in the future were a variety. But given the time and the tools that we had, we focused on 3. One is the reference. It's not saying this is the most likely future, or it's not saying these are all likely, as much as here are potential futures. The reference includes assumptions about EE, electrification, data centers. In the higher data center case, assumes similar things, but then even more load from data centers in chip fabrication. And then we also looked at what happens if we have alternative trajectories of the strategy, meaning what happens if we reach the low end of the energy efficiency target. The other scenarios are all important, and we will have more time and tools to look at them as we prepare for the next plan. This includes in-region gas limitations, earlier availability of transmission, reconductoring was mentioned earlier, delayed transmission, emerging technology, and then emission pricing. So what we're focusing on today is our reference, higher loads, and alternative trajectories. The portfolio tested, and this is why we said this is what happened in 2027. We're 2 years into the future. And so we wanted to be consistent with the goal for the assumptions of what we did for the 2027 assessment from about a year and a half ago. In terms of renewables, we upped 700 megawatts, so we're at 6,600 megawatts and not 5,900. Energy efficiency, you see we're 300 average megawatts more. That's consistent with the high range of the EE projections from the power plan. And then you see that the demand response and the reserves are fairly similar. Well, they are similar in this case. There's different futures where demand response might change, but this is roughly what the assumptions that we tested. The biggest differences are in loads. There's 3 parameters that would influence the loads. It's the EE savings, the EV loads, and then the data centers. In terms of EVs, you could assume from the scenarios, we have the reference and the high data center that both assume the high end. This is the 1300. And then the low end of the EE is the 1000 average megawatts. So that's the difference in modifying the load in the EE perspective from the low end scenario. The EV forecast included light duty, medium, and buses, and the EE is also hourly shaped. But what's important to note is that our EV forecast for 2029 does assume time of use rates. It's mentioned in the plan, different futures, more loads. So it is important to keep in mind that we are assuming that by 2029, we'll have time of use rates for the different EV types. And then the biggest difference is the data centers. I mentioned before, the reference does include a high data center or a higher than we normally think of. And so you see there's almost 2,400 megawatts or average megawatts of data centers, both in the reference and the low end EE. This is incremental load. This is just a big chunk of load that we have not seen before. And the higher data center is almost at 4,000. So it's an additional 1,600 average megawatts. These are all flat loads that modify the load. So even in the reference, we do want to make sure that stakeholders understand that we are capturing this load growth uncertainty in the future, both around EVs and data centers. Aside from the portfolio, it's important to call out some additional changes since the 2027 assessment. One is thermal generation. There's been several announced changes to coal plants not decommissioning, specifically Valmy 1 and 2 and Bridger 1 and 2. This is almost 1,500 megawatts of available thermals that in the previous assessment, they were assumed to be decommissioned by 2027. Now they are actually active. So this has an impact on adequacy and in the model. In terms of transmission, there's almost 13,000 megawatts of added transmission in the full WEC. In our region, Boardman to Hemingway, about 1,000 megawatts. And then for some modified hydro operations, there was the Resilient Columbia Basin Agreement, RCBA Appendix B. We've modified the hydro plants in the Lower Snake and Lower Columbia accordingly to represent that as best as we could. And we should say that after we finished the assessment, the American government and the Canadian did announce initial agreements on changes to the Columbia River Treaty. These will be included as we work towards the next plan. The transmission we mentioned and the geographic representation I promised, this is the balancing authorities that we represent in Genesis. This is the transmission lines. The blue one on top, that's Boardman to Hemingway. And we do see that as having the biggest adequacy impact. It improves and it increases transmission capabilities in the region. It's not that the other transmission lines aren't as important from a Pacific Northwest hat. I mentioned the import limits that we assume from an adequacy perspective, that the added transmission capability in the region is already, the transmission capability in the region is already higher than the market import limit. So it is good to have for the WEC more transmission, but that is, I'm not saying it's not, but from our own Pacific Northwest adequacy, it's Boardman to Hemingway that would have the bigger impact. And all of these were included by 2029, given their time of completion assumption. So there could be some other project, but these are the ones that we've added in the model. All of this gets translated into a few metrics that we then dive into. And I do encourage anybody interested to follow our full report. It goes into all the details. But when we're thinking about these, it's really these three types of metrics, right? The frequency, duration, and the magnitude. It's 5 metrics. It's the winter and summer frequency, and then the rest. And all metrics must be satisfied for the region or a portfolio to be considered adequate. In the reference case, we see that it's all in green here, right? Basically, the metric needs to be below at or below the threshold. And we see that we're adequate in terms of the 0.1 for winter and summer. We still have winter and summer events, but they're very infrequent. And they're not more than 1 in 10 years. So we're adequate there. The zeros could be a little misleading. It doesn't mean that there's no events. This scenario just had a handful of events. The biggest one, I believe, was 960 megawatts, but from a distributional perspective, the 97.5th percentile, the simulation representing that had no deficits, so it's 0. So there could still be some events that are longer than this, on the full distribution, but remember that we're having a risk-based approach, having a distributional approach to the risk, and so that's why it's 0. With the high data center, you see that things are quite different, very the opposite. You see the winter, whereas we would allow 1 in 10, we're almost at 13 events in 10 years, right? We have more than 1 event per year. Summer is also violated. Duration, peak, and energy, all well above. And if you could look at the peak, this 3,000, the way to look at it, that it's 800 megawatts more than the allowed threshold, but the energy is almost 200,000 megawatt hours higher. And so you see how short we are in this scenario where we have this 1,600 megawatts of average megawatts of data centers. The low end EE, so if we only achieve the low end, this 1,000 instead of 1,300, you see that some metrics are violated and some metrics are satisfied. Winter, there's a greater risk. We have too many winter events, but summer is actually still within the limits. In terms of duration, we're at 1.8 hours, meaning that 39 out of 40 years, the longest duration would be 1.5 hours. And then peak, we're about 367 megawatts more than the threshold. Now, this isn't to say that this is what's needed to make this scenario satisfied, as much as we would need to look at a holistic approach of how do we mitigate all those winter events, including this peak deficit. And so it'll be a holistic approach to that. And then in terms of energy, you see that we're not violating the energy metric. There will be work that we're doing to translate this into future planning reserve margins. But again, this is not a needs assessment. This is a signal to the region. And the way to represent this in terms of a takeaway is that assuming the reference is the trajectory, continued implementation of the strategy, which includes the sufficient reserves, energy efficiency, renewables, demand response, with the system changes that we saw, the not retiring thermal plants, expanded transmission, they do offset the risk of the much higher loads than we anticipated. The low end target does offer regional issues. Specifically, there's increased risk in winter. Greatest challenges are in the morning and evening ramp hours. And we actually see some more challenges in spring and summer, but still below the thresholds, or what could be a threshold. It is not part of the metric. And then the higher data center, as we saw, all metrics are violated. This 1,600 is a substantial risk to the region, and work in the next plan will better analyze what resource solutions and uncertainties need to mitigate that. We wanted to make this slide helpful. It's a repeat of everything I just said, but if anybody is looking for that one diagram that explains it all, it's here. It assumes the system changes, the load forecast changes, and the reference portfolio that we used, and then the results of the metric. So this says what I said. It is all online. We do encourage reading the full report, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to dig through, but this is one of those images that we thought would be helpful to help deliver the message. In terms of the reserves, and we have I think a few more minutes, and then let me know if I am going over. But it's a good reminder that the Power Act says that the council should do two things: analyze reserves, how many is needed, and then what is the cost-effective method of providing these. And then the plan also explicitly recognizes that reserves could be either from generating resources or from non-generating. It could be energy conservation, so energy efficiency, markets, and those issues as well. And I do want to call out, we had a really successful reserves workshop in November. My colleague, John Olis, did a really good job with several guest speakers and really good conversations. The link is available. So encourage anybody to follow up on those. Some of those slides are from there. Broadly speaking, I alluded to this, we use our adequacy metrics to relate that to planning reserve margins. And so in the plan, it was used with the 5% LOLP. We will see how we're moving forward with the multiple metrics. But the idea is that our planning reserve margins and how we view reserves is considered part of our adequacy approach and the probabilistic elements to uncertainties that we model. What we do is we have a needs assessment. We then run it. We translate that to a planning reserve margin into our capital expansion model. And then we test the recommended portfolio back in our adequacy model to see if it's adequate. And really that process has led us to say, even though we assumed our balancing up reserves are 2,900, the region kind of responded to this. Wait, where is this 6,000 coming from? And the reason that we saw this and why we had the workshop is to help strengthen the conversation and explanation. When we have a portfolio with insufficient reserves, especially given renewables and we see price fluctuations, it might signal situations where even though there's thermal in the system, it isn't seeing the signal that it needs to be held on reserves. And so the idea is that if we have the same portfolio, but we operate the system in a more conservative way. And so we're not just looking for the cheapest electricity, or if we're giving the balance to the system to say, you need to hold more balancing up reserves to account for forecast error and other unexpected changes in supply and demand. This is where we're getting to that 6,000 megawatts. And the way that it is cost effective to achieve it, the least cost effective is really coupling the portfolio that was outlined in the plan and the increased reserves by operating more conservatively. I mentioned this. This is kind of saying, hold back to your existing system. This is the thermal and this is the hydro in a way, either through an organized market or collaboration. There is a more expensive way, but it is also effective, and it's just to invest more in energy efficiency above the limit or above what we saw as necessary for the portfolio. It also makes the region adequate, but again, it is more costly. And we have a less expensive option, but a riskier version, and that is to rely on the market. And so there is a philosophical question of how much should we rely on the market in these times of need? And so as a council, we do use those 2,500 megawatt limit in winter, 1,250 megawatt limit in summer. And so we could ask, should we have different limits? And that is another way, but it is a riskier way. When we're thinking of how our 6,000 megawatts kind of compares to other projections, you see the arrow in the bottom, that's where the plan started. That's the 2,900 balancing up. The second arrow from I guess second from the top is the middle. That's where we said the 6,000 by 2027, and you can see that the blue arrow by 2030. This is WEC projections. This is PNNL good work on planning assumptions for the region, and you see that our projections are aligned with some additional perspectives. And so we are confident that this is the direction that the region is moving into. And I'll end with this slide where we're often asked, the RAP and the council, what is our relationship? Our roles are complementary. We develop the 20-year forecast with a 6-year action period to ensure adequacy. And then the RAP focuses on the near-term cooperation and operations to ensure adequacy as well. And so it's two sides of the coin. And so we do the roadmap for what the region could look like to be adequate, and then the RAP is a wonderful mechanism to ensure adequacy and sharing resources. We often discuss this in the RAC, and we hear this from our stakeholders. The success or failure of the RAP is a concern, and we could have big adequacy risks in the short term, depending how collaboration works. And so this isn't to call out any one program or not. It's just to say we see that from a reserves perspective and the cost benefit perspective, having organized markets and cooperation is very helpful to maintain this. And the bottom line here is that, yes, if there are changes to the RAP, and depending the trajectories that the region goes with organized markets, those are the mechanisms to achieve adequacy in many ways. And so changes to those decisions, or how and when it could get implemented, would have adequacy impacts. And so we know that there's higher market limits. We can consider energy efficiency options, but really it's this approach to collaboration in organized markets that is on everybody's mind as a concern, if not successful. But this is not to end on a negative note. Really, this is just showing how the region is coming together to work together and understand what the future could look like. Any questions?
Hi, Dora, would you be willing to wait around after the WEC presentation and combine questions?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
So we're right at 10:30. I want to make sure they have time for their presentation, but then we can come back for questions. I think there will definitely be some. So we'll move to Victoria and Katie with WEC.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. I think Katie's going to present for us. And I'll just jump in while she brings our slides up. Thanks for having us back. We really appreciate being invited back every year to have this conversation. Looking at the agenda is very pleasing because we are nestled between two regional entities. And to us, that means that there's some success in making the resource adequacy conversation not a state-centric conversation, but a regional conversation. And I think that signifies some success in how we've grown in the West. Just to get us started, for those who aren't familiar with WEC, we are the Western Electricity Coordinating Council, WEC for short, and we are one of 7 entities that are responsible for ensuring the reliability across North America. And Katie, if you'll go to the next slide, please. Together with our sister regions across the country and the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, we formed the Electric Reliability Organization, which is mandated by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, to do our jobs. WEC covers the Western interconnection, and that is the footprint. That's all the electric elements in the West. And that covers 11 Western states, Alberta, British Columbia, and a little portion of Baja California. Next slide. We have really 2 responsibilities at WEC. The first is has to do with our mandatory standards and the enforcement and monitoring of those standards. And then the other responsibility that we have is to promote and really take on activities to ensure the reliability of the bulk power system. And that's where we're going to be focusing our conversation today. We carry out these responsibilities in 4 general ways. We do work with industry to develop mandatory standards. Those are industry developed standards. They're made mandatory by FERC. And then WEC is responsible for enforcing those mandatory standards in the Western interconnection and our sister regions across the rest of the continent. We also analyze and look at past system performance. This is kind of taking a look at the vital signs of the system. We also look at events, disturbances on the system. And so we've got a lot of work centered around that. Today, we're going to talk from this third work stream, and that's where we identify and assess emerging risks to the bulk power system. And this takes up a lot of our analytical capacity. And then our last one is we do have some mandates to help educate and share information. Next slide. Today, we're going to talk about 2 different work products that WEC has put out in the last year. I'm going to start by talking about the Western Assessment of Resource Adequacy, which we've talked to you all about before. And then Katie's going to pick up and talk about our year 20 assessments. So next slide. The Western Assessment of Resource Adequacy is an annual report, and we're kind of in a really good time for this presentation right now because the 2023 report was released Q4 of 2023. So we're nearing the end of the work on the 2024 report. So today, rather than go back and share a lot of in-depth information from the 2023 report, I thought I'd bridge the gap a little bit between the 2 reports and give you a little sneak peek of what we're seeing coming out of the 2024 report, maybe some differences or similarities between the 2. Just to kind of level set where we are, we cover the Western interconnection in this analysis and 5 subregions. And you can see the subregions there. They are broken down, or they're grouped together based on a designation we use called a balancing authority. And these are entities in our mandatory standards regime that are responsible for balancing load and generation on their systems. And so that's why you see those borders drawn the way that they are. The question that we're asking, the big question in this work is we're looking at the sufficiency of resources to meet future plans. And we look at that under a range of possible future conditions. So what we're doing is we're taking a probabilistic and energy-based approach. By energy-based, we mean we don't look at the nameplate capacity of a resource. We take historical information and through an analytical process, we're looking at generation numbers, so energy. We're looking at energy and not that nameplate capacity. The other thing that we do is this is a probabilistic approach, which means that we're looking at a range of potential futures rather than taking a snapshot of one or 2 possible futures, we're looking at a range of different conditions, extreme weather, different load behaviors, and looking across those conditions. And we're looking at probabilities of demand being put at risk under whatever conditions we might be looking at. So that's sort of a high level level set. I want to go to the next slide and we'll talk about the 2023 results. So one of the things that we saw in 2023 was that we saw a big reduction in demand at risk hours. And a demand at risk hour is simply through our analysis and looking at the probability that demand could be dropped in that hour. Again, it's just the probability. That probability was higher than our risk tolerance threshold. We just weren't comfortable. And that risk tolerance threshold is a standard 5 nines risk tolerance threshold. The fact that we're seeing a reduction in these demand at risk hours is an indicator to us that entities are adjusting their resource plans to account for variability or increased load over the next 10 years. In the 2023 assessment, we were taking all the resource plans from the entities across the West and looking at those, combining those into our numbers. And so that gives us a look from the year 2024 through 2033. So across that time frame, we're seeing that entities seem to be planning for these increased loads in a better way. We're seeing the reduction of demand at risk hours. At the same time, we're seeing load growth forecasts almost double. So from 2022, I believe the load growth forecast West-wide was somewhere around 9.6%. So we saw it jump to 16.8% in just one additional year of planning. And a lot of that was due to the inclusion of large load centers. And so we heard Paul speak earlier about those data centers, and we have other large load centers that qualify other than just the data centers. And in 2023's assessment, we started to see some impact from those. That 16.8% growth is west-wide. That's the entire interconnection. And the figure that we've got here shows the growth in annual energy and peak demand across each of those 5 subregions. And what you'll see there is that to varying degrees, we are seeing an increase in both energy usage and peak demand in each of the 5 subregions that we studied. We always see an increase in variability. We don't anticipate that's going to change, just given the number of variable resources that are being put on the system and are planned for the next 10 years. But I want to highlight that that variability is not just in resources any longer, that for some time now that variability is also seen in load variability. That can be because of the large load centers coming online. It also is because of things like immigration, the population moving to different areas and behaving in different ways. That load is not behaving the way it's always behaved. So I'm going to jump now to a comparison between 2023 and 2024 findings. Katie, if you'll go to the next slide. In the 2024 plans, we are seeing an unprecedented, bordering on sort of a shocking number of planned resources. In 2023 plans, we saw 121 gigawatts planned over the next 10 years, and that 10 years is 2024 to 2033. In the 2024 plans, we're seeing 172 gigawatts over the next 10 years. That covers 2025 to 2034. I will say those extra 50 gigawatts are not all planned for 2034. A lot of those are planned on the front end. So this is an increase over every year over the next 10 years. Just to put that in perspective, it's more than double the capacity that was added in the last decade in the Western interconnection. So this is an enormous amount of resource growth across the interconnection. We are seeing continued increases in variability. Again, not a new story for us, but I would point out that 85% of those new resources are solar, wind, battery, or a hybrid of solar and battery, or a hybrid of one of those two. We are seeing a continued decrease in demand at risk hours. And in fact, in some cases, the demand at risk hours are completely eliminated. Now, I do want to caveat this, and I put it in red just to draw a line under this point. This decrease is assuming that all resources that entities plan to build are built on time with no delays, no cancellations. So that's a really big assumption. And I'll get more in a couple slides as to why that assumption is concerning to us. So next slide. I want to cover just really quickly the load growth because we are seeing load growth increase over the 2023 assessment. Again, the 2023 plans, 16.8 load growth, that jumps to 20.4 load growth over the next 10 years. So that's a pretty big jump. The greatest load growth that we're seeing in our current assessment is in the Desert Southwest subregion at 35%. And that is partly due to things like electrification, immigration, and people moving into the area, really, so more immigration for them, and the large load. I believe the Pacific Northwest is somewhere around 30% load growth. And I heard a number the other day that historically, so that's about 3% average over the next 10 years, that historically the Pacific Northwest has had less than a 1% growth rate every year for the last decade. So that is a substantial increase in growth over the next 10 years. And large load is a big piece of that. And it's changing the game. We saw, again, some evidence of it. We started to see it in the 2023 numbers, and it is very apparent in the 2024 assessment and some of the conversations that we do to follow up when we gather our data on why we're seeing such a load increase. And what we're hearing back from entities is that large load centers are a really big piece of that. Next slide. So this is my last one, and it really gets at where we're seeing a big area of concern. And it's that question of, can the West build the resource plans? And as I mentioned a couple of slides ago, we see a decrease in the risk, in those demand at risk hours. And that is dependent upon entities building the plans that they're putting together. So no delays and no cancellations. To put this in some perspective, in 2023 across the West, only 55% of the planned resources to come online that year actually came online. To be fair, this isn't always the case. In some years, it's close to 100. Other years, it's a little less. We may even have years where we built a little more than we thought we could. The issue here is that if we have 1 year in the next 10 years where we only build half of what we plan to build, can we even recover, even if we just have one of those years? And that's a critical question. So we're currently evaluating some other scenarios where less than 100% of planned resources are being built. Those findings are being worked on now, and we'll share those findings when we release the 2024 Western Assessment here very soon. So that's just a really quick overview of what we're seeing between the two assessments. Again, I want to emphasize this is an interconnection wide, so it looks at the entire West and then breaks it down to those subregions. What we don't look at is we're not looking at individual resource plans and determining whether those are sufficient or not, because we don't look that granularly at the data in this particular analysis. So this is a high level analysis and just sharing some of our areas of concern on that one. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Katie Rogers, who manages our assessment team, my colleague here at WEC, and she's going to talk about some, I think, some exciting new work that WEC is doing, projecting out an additional 10 years. So what I just showed you is for the next 10 years. She's going to talk about year 20, so a little more distant future here.
Victoria. Yeah, so we ventured into the 20-year planning space last year, and I would say I think it was a really great first effort, and we still have a lot of room to grow. So just to kind of share what we did, we started out with what we called our foundational case, and that was sort of a business as usual, right? If things stay kind of the same, as a starting point. And then on top of that, we did we did 3 studies, one based on a cold weather event, another one based on an extreme heat event, and then we had a third one that we called compound load impacts, and that really looked at electrification and some demand response impacts. Between those 3, we then did an assessment of transmission trends to kind of look across the different studies and say, hey, in these stressed conditions, are there trends that we're seeing that are revealing themselves under sort of unrelated conditions, but that are stressing the system in different ways? For those that say, oh my goodness, that would be a lot of reports to go read, we have really good news. We did sort of a summary and overview called the Year 20 Load, Resource, and Transmission Trends. And that report just pulls the highlights from each of the other studies and kind of puts the conclusion first. And then if you want to dig in, you're welcome to go read more about each of the individual studies. So just for a little background as to what we have been doing. So our balancing authorities submit their 10-year plans, and they do that every year. We call that the LNR because it focuses on the loads and the resources. So they provide their peak demand expectations and then resource additions, resource retirements, that kind of thing. We also receive the planned transmission topology. And I want to make a note that based on timing, based on where projects are in the contractual timeline, what we receive in the LNR might not always match what's in their IRP. So there are some differences. I mean, obviously, a bulk of it should be the same, but a lot of that stuff is changing very rapidly. And, we all know that sometimes things can be expected and then fall through. So that plays into it. So just to point that out. So my little graphic on the right is kind of to indicate that all of these LNR data submittals that we receive are kind of like a puzzle piece for the BA. And then we take all of those puzzle pieces and we put it together and we get to see the whole picture for the Western Interconnection. And we call that the anchor data set, or the ADS. And we provide that every 2 years. The ADS is a production cost model, and it represents a single year, 10 years out. So in 2022, we produced the 2032 ADS, and it looked at just the 2032 year. Okay, so we have a 10-year model, and we needed to get to 20 years. And so this is how we approached it. So we took that 2032 ADS, and we realized there are so many assumptions, so many factors, so many pieces of data that go into a model. And we said, this is a lot, and this is our first foray into this. Let's focus on the major drivers, which are the loads and the resources. Obviously, well, at WEC, our crystal ball is a little fritzy. So we like to check what others are seeing in their predictions. So we did some benchmarking. We used our own methodology to build out our load forecasts. But then you kind of ask your neighbor, what did you get for question 2? So we looked at the annual energy outlook from EIA, the electrification future study from NREL, and we said, okay, it looks like we're kind of in the same ballpark, and that gives some credence to what we landed on. And then in the resource additions, we did limit those to only wind, solar, and energy storage. Now, I already said that we only changed loads and resources, but I just want to put a fine point on the transmission topology. We only included what was provided in that 2032 ADS. So we fully recognize that there are projects that are planned, that are even expected, but until they show up in what is submitted to us from the BAs, currently, they will not show up in our models. So a big caveat, we recognize that there will be additional transmission in the year 20. We just did not add anything. And then I just want to point out prices. We're talking about resource adequacy. So we care, but we don't care what the cost is. And so as long as we assume a similar dispatch order of resources, we're kind of indifferent since we have that resource adequacy perspective. On the right, my little graphic is just to kind of show, so that dark blue box on the bottom, that's the data that we pulled from the anchor data set, unit characteristics, resource shapes, transmission, constraints or topology. On top of that, we added our built out demand forecast and generation forecast. And those two then boxes combined made up our foundational case. And then for each of the specific studies, we updated the assumptions based on that specific look. And then we didn't do this in a vacuum. We did work with technical stakeholder advisory groups. So these were volunteers across the industry who are SMEs in different areas and volunteered to help us. And then we also contracted with a consulting firm, E3, and they also just kind of helped make sure that we weren't, out in left field doing something radically different than what's kind of typically accepted within the industry for what we're doing. We learned a lot of lessons, which was really great. One of the big ones that we learned was that at least the modeling tool that we use is not great at modeling energy storage, or at least not in the way that we expect it will be used in the future. And so that really limited our ability to explore the full range of what the future could look like. We also recognize that when we talk about things like data centers and electrification, our historical data is not an accurate reflection of what we expect in the future. So there's lots of room for us to continue developing how we build those forecasts and how we try to account for what we haven't seen in the past. We already talked about the timing of transmission plans. And then we also recognize that the resource plans that were provided are more specific within the 5 years. The further out you go out 20 years, there's a lot of guessing. They're very generic. And so we realize that the possibilities get a lot bigger the further out we go. The other thing that we noted, and this corresponds to the graphic, we did this at a nodal level. And for those that might not be aware, that's a more detailed approach. And we recognize that just because we increase precision by doing it that way doesn't necessarily mean that we increased our accuracy. So for the graphic, it's as if we modeled all of the lines between each of the little triangles. But what we walked away with was we could probably make a pipe and bubble model. So if the blue circles are the bubbles and the red lines are the pipes, that we could take more of a macro approach and be less concerned about the micro happenings between each of the little triangles. So what does that mean going forward? We kind of figured there's 3 buckets of improvements that we can look at as we continue to do these kinds of studies. The first one is data. So again, we took that 10-year forecast from the BAs and then we built them out to 20 years, but there's nothing stopping us from going to the BAs and saying, hey, what are you guys forecasting? What are you guys expecting? Not everyone is doing that or has been doing that, but we expect that to increase, especially now with FERC Order 1920 that is requiring 20-year transmission planning. That will also help increase our ability to have better forecasts for those resources and transmission plans. As we kind of talked about, model improvements is another area that we need to continue to grow. Energy storage modeling. And I'm not saying that no model can do this. The one that we happen to use is very limited. So we're exploring options in other software. We also have the support and the backing of the entire ERO that this is a need not just for WEC, not just in the Western Interconnection, that we can go to vendors and say, hey, this isn't sufficient and this is critical. And so we have that as an option to make sure that that part of the modeling keeps up with where we are. And then we talked about moving from that detailed or nodal approach to more of a pipe and bubble or zonal approach. The last kind of option for improvements is just our approach and our methodology. Again, I know that we focused on loads and resources, and there's so many other components that go into the model. This is the second bullet, but technology and policies are some of the other, not only, but some of the other drivers that we can consider in future models. And then we've had folks come to us and say, oh my goodness, we're doing 20 or 30-year studies. How did you guys even build yours? And so we're sharing what we did. But on the flip side, we're going to others also and saying, how are you guys doing it? This is what we did. This is the lessons we learned. How can we work together and share all of those ideas and lessons so that hopefully we can all improve what we're doing in long-term forecasting. And that's it for me.
All right, thank you so much, Victoria and Katie. And then Dora, if you're available as well, I'm going to turn this over to the commissioners for starting questions.
Thank you. Thank you for all the presentations. This is Milt Dumit with the Washington Commission. Data centers. you heard from all that we know as well, that wide swing, wide variables in the projections for that really critical load information, and understand the reasons why. We just heard, lack of historical data, et cetera. This is such a changing sort of environment. But I guess maybe to Dor and anybody else, because you all have expertise here, what will we, and if so, when will we have a better handle on load forecasts pertaining to data centers? And I guess in the PNW and because I'm in Washington in particular, I understand their national looks and how many, data centers would come here. But when are we going to start to get a clear picture going forward?
I could share a little bit of the council's approach, and my colleague Tomas Morrissey is our data center lead, so he would have a questions afterwards. The short version is, my understanding, part of the challenge is that there's utilities have their own projections, and the challenge is that there's a lot of proprietary information. Companies who want data centers, there's competition in prices, and where it comes might the forecast might show a variety of things, and I don't know when we'll see actual decisions on building a data center at that exact point. And so I will forward the question and we could follow up, but the short version from my hat for now is that it may be one of those things that we will learn on the fly as it goes. And it's putting the question again on the planners and the decision makers of how much load to plan for, because we've seen history where we plan for a lot of load, and we just need to be mindful of those situations.
And it sounds like, and thank you for that. One of the big issues. Yeah, please go ahead. Then I'll have a follow up. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was going to share from the WEC perspective. I mean, we realize that this is, we don't have a dog in that fight, but it will affect us all. And so a couple months ago, we put together a large loads effort. We contracted with a consulting firm, and we have an advisory group of technical folks from, again, across the industry, SMEs in this area. I think one gentleman even used to work at data centers, and so understands a bit more of the mechanics of how they operate, and then now is at one of the utilities. And so we're bringing together people who know the different pieces. And from a WEC perspective, not only are we saying, hey, how do we forecast this? How do we model this? How do we look forward? But we're also kind of taking the approach of what are the risks and concerns, and is there anything that we can do preventatively, rather than waiting until we end up in a really bad spot and then trying to adapt to it. So I also know that NERC has recently launched their large loads task force. So we're working with them. We're sharing what kind of our approach has been. And then, of course, they're going to do their own thing. But from the ERO perspective, we're really trying to get ahead of it, especially before, I hate to say this, but the East has done a little bit of the lessons learned. And so we want to try to take advantage of that and hopefully not have to learn the same lessons the hard way that they have.
Commissioner, I would just add too that we have a timing issue here. We are an industry that moves very slowly, and it takes sometimes a decade to put new generation in the ground and new transmission, because these big load centers are a transmission issue as well in some cases. And these centers can pop up overnight compared to how quickly we move. So that timing issue, it's like our gears are not timed quite properly. And so I think one of the things that we need to address is figuring out how do we translate that timing, and that's going to take some conversation and a lot of coordination between these companies building the data centers and the companies that are building the generation and transmission to service them.
Great, thanks. And I think Dor touched on this too, and we see this in other spaces like EV. Developers often know where they want to, put these centers, but there are issues of proprietary data, of course. And if that's something that we can work on, or something we're able, to do, because if that information sort of exists now in the planning of those who are developing these data centers, and it's there, right? We should be able to sort of tap into that to help our modeling. But the question is how do we get that data, protect that data if we can? So thank you.
Thank you. So this is Dave Danner, and I hope these will be quick questions. I was very concerned about Victoria saying that only 55% of the projects in 2023 went ahead as planned. And I'm just wondering if you can share what you know about what's behind that. Is that supply chain issues, it's construction delays, or is it permitting or regulatory or access to capital issues? Is there something that those of us in the public sector can help with?
So it's all of the above, which is probably not the answer that you were hoping for. Supply chain issues did kind of bleed into 2023. And at the same time, when we're talking about some of the more high-tech devices, we don't know where those play out in the future. There was a lot of confusion in addition to the supply chain issues, some confusion in terms of some of the federal mandates and restrictions around getting different supplies in. Entities are also citing a shortage of experienced workers. And so this is not a new song and dance where we're used to seeing this, but it's kind of popping up as well. So it's a range of different issues, supply chain being chief among them, I would say, but there's not one silver bullet here. So in terms of what can be done, it kind of depends on where you are and what the biggest problem is in that region, which I know is probably not the most satisfactory answer for you.
Okay, so again, permitting, citing, regulatory issues, you're not seeing those as major at this point. Okay. Thank you. And then very quickly, maybe a question for Katie or Dor. No one has mentioned Bitcoin mining, and I'm just wondering if that is in fact a factor here in the region.
I believe that's part of kind of the same bucket of what we're looking at. So I know we've been talking to our stakeholders and kind of breaking it down into, different buckets of like electrification and data centers. And there's, I think even those buckets represent multiple components or multiple possibilities under those. So I'm sure that is, I don't have any information specifically that speaks to what that breakup looks like, but yeah, all of that, it would be baked into that. But Dor, if you have additional knowledge.
No, I will align with your answer.
Yeah.
And one last quick question. This is Ann Rundle, Commissioner. And the question I think is for Katie, and I think it was in your slides. You mentioned you only modeled wind, solar, and storage. If this is a 20-year look, and I know that there's other resources being built or intended to be built, including small modular nuclear, advanced nuclear, why were you just limiting to those three resources?
That's a good question. And again, there's a little bit of a timing issue as well. And as far as, at what point is something certain enough that you include it in the plan and include it in the model? So while we recognize that those might be coming, we're maybe not certain enough as to what they look like, how they would function, what all the characteristics would be to put them in. But yes, big caveat that there are other options. Also, when we looked at say, California ISO, they make up about a third of our portfolio, and their anticipated resources, they do have a 20-year plan. The additions were generally limited to solar, wind, and energy storage. So yeah, big note down below saying there are lots of other options in the 20-year future. We just don't know enough to say what those would be and in what quantity and how they would operate for sure.
And Commissioner, I would just add to that WEC is, because of our independence, we hesitate to make any choices or choose winners and losers, so to speak. And so when we're looking out into the future, and we know that after about 5 years, the resource plans become very generic. They might they just become very generic and very aggregated in a lot of cases. When you look out 20 years, there's no way to have any specificity. And so in order for us to make choices about what that resource mix will look like in 20 years, we have to be really careful that we're not inadvertently picking winners or losers, or that what we're doing can't be taken to say, oh, well, WEC thinks if we add nuclear over here, or we add pump storage over here, that would be a good option, because when they tested that option, things seem to work out well in their models. So that's a lot of the reason why we don't specify. We don't go in and actively choose the types of resources or make those decisions in our modeling.
Okay, thank you.
I want to get one more question in here before we take a break, that I think may help set us up for panels to come. And this, I think, would be for you, Victoria, because it's about the 10-year WEC assessment. To what extent does that assessment assume or not assume the operation of a resource adequacy program that would provide for binding mechanisms to provide reserves into the market? I mean, I would assume that that's not an explicit assumption one way or the other, but could you talk about the extent of which the assumptions in your modeling count on the fact that each balancing area is going to provide the reserves that are needed, or that there is not any coordination in the reserve provision?
Yeah, and Katie will keep me honest if I stray too far from the truth here, inadvertently. So we don't consider operational conditions like the RAP program, for example. We don't consider how the interconnection is operated in the WARA to any great extent. It really just looks at what we need and what we have, and a whole range of different futures. So if we are looking ahead and we see a big storm, we're going to need more. Do we have more? And it's a very simplistic analysis in that way. And the purpose of it is to identify areas of risk. And so it's kind of just pointing out those areas where we go, uh-oh, we may not have what we might need given these circumstances. And if we're uncomfortable with that, then it gets flagged. So when you look at something like the RAP or operational decisions, or the way that transmission comes into play, those are not considered in this assessment because it's a risk identification assessment as opposed to more of an operational type of assessment.
All right,
And
thank
I
you.
would just add to that, I think what Victoria said is spot on. To me, resources are the first thing. And so if we don't have enough resources, there is no cooperation, there is no sharing. Transmission lines won't help you. So really what we're looking at is that foundational question of, do we have enough resources? Now from there, we can talk about, are they in the right place? And who needs what, and how do we approach that? But the very first question we have to answer is, do we even have enough?
All right, thank you guys very much. We are at 11:10, which is a little later than we were going to start our break. So if we could get a 10-minute break potentially instead of a 15, and come back together at 11:20.
All right, if everyone could start to find their seats.
Okay, it's 12:20, everyone. Here we go. Yeah, we're gonna be a little behind, I think.
Yeah, we got Rebecca.
Yep. What's that? Why noon? I mean, it could be Monday.
Good. All right. Well, thanks everybody for coming back together. We are now turning from the sort of analytical assessments of our resource adequacy situation to more of a programmatic focus. How are we doing in terms of building a program to address resource adequacy and ensure that everybody's doing their job? And so I'm happy to have Rebecca Sexton from the Western Power Pool that is implementing, developing the Western Resource Adequacy Program to give us an update once again on this program.
Okay. Rebecca Sexton, Director of Strategic Engagement and Communications at the Power Pool. Thank you for the invite today. I'm going to give a bit of a high-level review of WRAP, which I know at least the four of you are quite familiar with, but we'll just do it as the background. And then we'll talk about kind of an implementation update, what we're up to right now, as well as a high-level review, but I've got a whole appendix of more detailed slides related to the transition proposal that the Participants Committee passed last week. That'll be in front of the board for consideration and is currently out for public comment, as well as state representative comment. And hopefully we'll go to FERC later this year. So that's the plan. I'm very happy to take questions. And so we should have time at the end, but also, obviously jump in. So our current list of participants is here on the left. And we've got them in the dark, almost black color in the map. You'll see that it's the vast majority of the Western Interconnect outside of California. We're quite hopeful and always talking to folks, especially folks in the Desert Southwest who have perpetually been kind of interested in joining. Certainly, if Markets Plus moves forward with the requirement to join WRAP, we would expect that this footprint grows quite a bit. But we've got a great group of folks who have been in the room for a long time helping us to devise this program. Okay, so the value proposition at a very high level for the WRAP is that we provide a binding, what we call a forward showing program. That's more like a traditional resource adequacy program that you might see with any RTO integrated solution with resource adequacy. And then we have to provide this binding operational program. And that's really where, in lieu of some kind of specific market integration or RTO type situation, we need to make sure that if we have folks in this program, that operationally they actually are obligated to share their diversity with each other in real time. The idea here is that we set that binding, commonly derived analytics, this transparent process, and that folks are meeting those obligations in that forward showing time horizon. That's 7 months prior to each of the 2 seasons. We have a winter season and a summer season. And that means they show up with enough resources to keep the lights on, at least according to the models. And we're leveraging that load and resource diversity for the sake of reliability and ultimately a benefit to ratepayers. For doing this sort of reliability at a coordinated regional level means that we can all carry a little bit less capacity. It's worth noting the Western Power Pool serves as the program administrator. That means we have the tariff for the RAP. We work with FERC to govern the program. We manage all of the major committees and undertakes all the necessary actions to implement and administer the program. Our partner in the RAP is the Southwest Power Pool. They serve as the program operator of the RAP. They provide the technical, analytical, implementation support. So they do the modeling for the loss of load study. They do the direct relationship with many of the participants when it comes to turning in their forward showing workbooks. They also administer the technology that does the operations program. So we've got now a tariff. We've also got now a whole set of business practices, a couple hundred pages. So there's a lot of detail, but I'm going to give you 2 slides on the program itself. So one on the forward showing and one on the operations program, the 2 time horizons. So up here in these boxes is kind of the program at a very high level. We determine the amount of capacity that the region needs. That's the first box. We do that with a regional reliability metric set at 1 event day in 10 years loss of load. So that's expecting to lose load because we don't have enough resources, 1 event day. So one day for an indeterminate amount of time in every 10 years. Of course, that is a conversation that many folks are having, right? Is that the right reliability metric? Would people be pleased if they lost power for this reason? This is, of course, separate from distribution issues, 1 event day in 10 years. And the council is obviously thinking about multi-metrics, a bunch of other things. For now, we're starting with the industry standard of 1 event day in 10 years, with an expectation that there will be follow-on conversations about what other metrics might be added, or whether this is the right metric to be planning to. So we set the metric in that first box. We divvy it out to participants on a, they take their share based on their average load. And then we determine all of the resources on the other side of the ledger, how much they count towards meeting that capacity need. So it's basically trying to take each different resource type and create a perfect capacity value for how much they contribute to meeting the regional capacity need. So you might imagine that certain resources have really high, if you think of it as a percentage, certain resources have a really high percentage if they are dispatchable and can be available for any of the capacity critical hours that we might experience. And then some of them might have a lower percentage if they are non-dispatchable or variable energy resources. But we take into account things like where they're located, how they've historically performed, what their outage rates are, and each one of those resources gets its own capacity value. We call it a QCC, a qualifying capacity contribution. So we think of this as 2 sides of the ledger. We tell you this is how much capacity each participant needs, and then you stack up your resources with our capacity values, and we find out if they match. So that's the review of the compliance of the portfolio. As I mentioned on a previous slide, this is a binding program eventually. And so the idea is if folks are not bringing enough QCC value or enough resources to the table, they would be subject to a non-compliance charge. When we built the program, and this is maybe the lead in to our transition plan, I think back in 2019, our thought was, if you build it, the program, people will be able to comply. And if we just tell them how much capacity they need, they'll go get it magically. Now, of course, we're recognizing that supply chain issues and the conversations that I think were well teed up by the last group have caused this to be a little less certain. And so the idea of the forward showing deficiency charge, honestly, is that no one would ever pay it at that full value. So we're having a lot of conversations about what it means to have that deficiency charge. And one of the main focuses of the transition plan is creating a much decreased version of that, so that if people wind up in the position now where they might have to pay some of it, or they may not be able to be sufficient, we had to kind of change the paradigm of the program to account for the reality that we're experiencing now, which is resource shortage. Some foreshadowing. So operations program. This is the near-term time horizon, and we have 2 seasons, as I mentioned, summer and winter. So you're doing that showing far in advance. It's like a planning exercise, a snapshot. Then you get in the operations program, and we've basically said, based on some models, one single snapshot, we expect this is how much capacity you might need to serve an average load. The forward showing expectations in the operating time horizon get corrected by what we call the sharing calculation. So we look at, maybe your VARs are performing really well today, or maybe your load is actually much lower than the forward showing snapshot anticipated. So if that were happening, VARs overperforming, you have fewer outages, you have lower load, you may be having a really good day. And your sharing requirement might be potentially helping your neighbors if they're having a bad day. On the flip side, if you're having poor VAR performance, you're experiencing maybe a cold snap like we did this winter, theoretically, you'd have a negative sharing requirement and you'd actually be eligible for help from the program. We still see the operations program of RAP as a last resort. So you do purchase the energy from your neighbors when they are obligated to give it to you. And that is done at a non-economic price. So the hope is that you're still turning to the market if you're whatever market you might be in, whether it be bilateral or in future a day ahead market, if it's available. But we acknowledge that the whole point of a resource adequacy program is those edge cases where there might not be a liquid market available. And so in this case, your neighbors would be obligated to show up and provide you that capacity in those bad hours. In that case, the binding nature of the operations program when we get there will be that those obligations to provide that capacity are under threat of an energy non-delivery charge. So if folks do not supply the energy that they're obligated to provide, then they would be charged as such. One quick slide on the governance. We have a lot of new acronyms, which is just the number one thing that we need here. So the Resource Adequacy Participant Committee, the RAPC, that's where a lot of the decision-making happens on the part of the participants. So they're, of course, working through not only the governance of the program and policy, but they're also working on a lot of the implementation and, of course, their own compliance with the program. There's a sector-based program review committee. And so this group, which many of you are actually involved in, I think, it is kind of the clearinghouse for ideas for changes to the program. So they're managing the change control process, if you will, for policies for the program. So when we think about, is a 1 in 10 LOLE the right metric, or should it be a multi-metric? That's an idea someone will put forward, I'm sure, to the program review committee, and they'll consider. Similarly, there's a lot of talk about load forecasting. When RAP is ready to start thinking about how to sort of move past our rather simple approach to load forecasting, we expect the program review committee will be the place where that happens. And then we have the Committee of State Representatives. This facilitates participation by you all. And so there's one representative from each of the states that regulated load in the RAP is participating. And so that is facilitated by our wonderful partners at WEEB. And they are actually, I think, in the midst of reviewing the plan for the revised transition plan and the proposal that's headed to the board in a couple of weeks. And then lastly, the board, we have implemented, as I think you're all aware, we've instated a fully independent board, which is new for the Power Pool. We had a semi-independent self-nominating board previously, but now we have a board that was put together or put up for nomination by the nominating committee last year. And that's another sector-based committee that went through a whole selection process, did a bunch of interviews, identified a slate of 5 candidates, a few of which do come from the prior board. And now they are just completing their first almost full year, first 2 years, actually. Time really flies, doesn't it? As our board of directors. So they have responsibility for the full Power Pool itself, but they do have a pretty unique relationship with RAP, whereas most of the legacy Power Pool programs run themselves. They have decision-making processes that go primarily through the participants, and our job there is to make sure that they are facilitated well and funded from a staffing perspective. But here, the board in RAP actually does make the ultimate decisions about policies that go in front of FERC, et cetera. Okay, so what have we been up to lately? We are embarking upon a bit of a change in scenery for RAP world. We have been writing these business practice manuals, BPMs for short, since the tariff was approved in early 2023. So this is a suite of, I think, 24 business practice manuals, all of varying lengths and topics, covering things from the implementation of the forward showing program to the operations program to the stakeholder process itself, how do changes get made. And so we've been with each of the board meetings, which happen quarterly, they've been reviewing business practice manuals that have gone through the stakeholder process, been endorsed by the program review committee and the participants committee, and then make their way to the board. There's quite a lot of public comment opportunity and process that's gone into this. And our last suite of business practices is headed to the board for their September 19th meeting in just a few weeks. So they just went through approval by the program review committee last week. They'll be in front of the RAPC next, and then we may be ready to make this big shift. So once we've got that baseline set of business practices out there, we'll be ready to open the doors for ideas for improvements to the policy of RAP. So we obviously have a couple of things brewing. We're already making a couple changes to the tariff. We've found some corrections. So there's a whole suite of little corrections that we are putting forward to the board as well in September. And then we have this revised transition plan. But we have a whole process whereby folks will be able to turn in to the website, the WPP website, their concepts for changes to RAP. And they could be as detailed as, I want to replace this language with that language. Here's a red line of the tariff or the business practice and, you know, the backup analysis for why to do that. Or it could be, I just would really like to talk about this concept, you know, load forecasting. I think we should think about whether we've got the right solution in RAP. Let's stand up a task force. So it's intended there. There's no standing. Anyone can put these ideas in. The PRC, the Program Review Committee, will spend the first half of next year reviewing all of the ideas that we get. We'll see as if it's a trickle or a flood. And they'll put together a work plan, basically prioritizing which concepts they want to think about, stand up task forces for, and provide changes, recommendations for change that will go through the public stakeholder commenting and approval process by the committees. So that will be a whole new frontier for us. We also, in the meantime, are working through these non-binding seasons. So last year was our first winter operations program season. So that was the first time that participants started sending data to SPP and seeing what their sharing calculations would be coming back. Quite the undertaking to get all of this data to SPP and understand what it means. It's a different format than you might provide to pretty much any other. We try to make these as parallel as possible to data that they might send elsewhere. But it's very important that that operations data harkens back to what you turned in the forward showing. So they're kind of on the same, they're comparable. And so getting all of that right and helping people do QA, QC is still ongoing, though we are having a lot of improvement between winter and summer this year and then headed into this next winter. So summer goes through the 15th, we're almost there, of September, and then we'll start our next winter non-binding showing on November 1. And then let's talk about what's next here. So we, on April 22nd, the Participants Committee published a letter to the region, which I'm sure many are familiar with, affirming commitment, so broad commitment to the program as a whole, but recognizing significant changes and development since we first began this long journey of standing up RAP. Participants are pursuing new resources, which we of course just heard a lot about in the last presentation as well, but there have been a great number of issues seen in being able to get those online, especially as folks see weather events and changing loads and all sorts of other factors. So recognizing all of that, they did decide that we were not going to have a critical mass of folks ready to be binding in summer 26. So it's important to recognize that the April letter identified that there was a lot of flexibility already written in the existing RAP tariff. So every participant gets to decide of the first 6 binding seasons when they would go binding. But then there's this sort of, are we all going to hold hands and jump into the pool together concept. And so we can't really have a binding version of the program if, say, there's only 1 or 2 participants to share with each other. It would not be a good look for the program, right? If you're raising your hand and we can't get you help because there's only 1 entity and they could also be having a bad day. But it also means that the metrics we're deriving are not very representative. So it's important that folks are getting in together. And it was apparent that we were going to have trouble getting that critical mass ready for summer 26. And so we've really been focused on making sure that in light of all these changes, in light of the difficulties that folks are having getting resources online and being able to comply with the program, that we could really focus on 27 and make sure that we had a proposal or revisions to the transition plan that allow people to be fully committed to staying in the program and being binding in 27. So it's about being binding. It's also about recognizing that as you all think about these decisions with your utilities, and these utilities think about their own decisions, the risk decision about whether to stay in a program with these charges is one that the folks really want to make sure that they can be compliant. And so they're really thinking about how to get to that, that next step and make sure that they understand what the metrics will be with RAP. So there's some data on our side. And then also how they will meet those metrics as they try and build at the rate that they've planned to. Yeah, Chair Danner.
How do you define critical mass? How do you determine that you've got a critical mass?
That is a great question. So we have historically not defined what critical mass is. However, so I'll tell you why we haven't, but then I'll tell you that we now have in this revised transition plan. So all of those historical hesitancies, previously the thought was that critical mass has a lot to do with who's in and who's not in. So it's one thing to go in with a bunch of, we have 2 subregions. Some of those, the Northwest particularly has a bunch of very small utilities and larger utilities, some of which will have some surplus capability and be sufficient, and some of which will definitely not be. And so there was a desire to be able to kind of get in a room and look around and say, okay, I'm willing to go with these folks, but those folks are, not that well connected transmission wise, or we've got a big group of people who are not quite resource adequate. Is that the right critical mass? So there's been some hesitancy to put a number. There's too many factors for us to put a number. And then we put a number on it. And so during this transition conversation, we decided that although there's actually probably the biggest implication would be if someone in the future, maybe 2035, decided to leave a subregion and it gets much smaller for some reason, that we might want to be able to enable them to go back to non-binding, but without leaving the program. Otherwise, we might have some sort of a conservative mass exodus situation in the worst of cases. So we did define that there is, if at any point there becomes not enough critical mass to participate in binding in one of the 2 subregions, then folks could revert back to non-binding. We hope that's never going to be the case, especially when we get to 2035, but you just never know what the future will bring. So we will define in business practices in the future what we think that critical mass is. Right now, it's 3 participants in either of the subregions, and 15 gigawatts of load in the Southwest and 20 in the Northwest. But we'll have to kind of continue to see how load changes. They are going in business practices as opposed to the tariff, so that we can continue to kind of adjust what those critical mass numbers are.
Okay, so you have to look and see who's in, who's raised their hand at the time.
Yeah, I think, right. I think for this decision about when to go binding for the first time, we really will continue, even though we have this critical mass definition. It's more about, what if people are in and then folks start, getting out or something. In this case, I think when it comes to the decision that we hope to facilitate in January of 2026 now, that we would get everyone in a room and hopefully they're all deciding to go in together, and a little less like someone getting out and then folks realizing they're stuck. So the critical mass is a little less impactful for this first season definition, now that we're up against the last 2 seasons where we've intended for folks to make this decision. So it's either winter 27, 28 or summer 27. Good question. Thank you.
So how did the performance go in your non-binding operational summer season? What's your summer season?
Yeah,
Is
that's
there
a great
anything
question.
to report on that?
We are working towards being able to report things. There are a number of challenges to getting to the point where we feel confident in putting data out. So in the forward showing time horizon, I think we are a little closer, but they really are related, which is part of the trouble. So in the forward showing, folks are working through putting in all of their proper documentation. And part of that was, as we worked through business practices, as we would pass a business practice, suddenly they would have a whole list of verification activities they need to go through, right? So if, for instance, I think something like 85% of the deficiencies that we saw this last round were related to either not having full documentation to support a contract. So maybe they have a contract, but they weren't able to send us the information we were expecting about the contract, or a capability test, which is there's a list of requirements where they need to show us that they've run their thermal unit during a particularly hot day in a summer season at a level that is in conformance with the resource capacity they want to claim, right? So those sorts of things are not instantaneous. Some folks were able to look at historical data and provide some of that, but most folks will need a little bit of time to get all of that in order. So we're kind of in the position of saying we've asked for all of this information. Folks can't give it to us. We're pretty sure this resource does exist. Some of them are large resources we know of, but we can't really comfortably say it's here until they meet all of our expectations. So as we work through all of that documentation, I think we are really hopeful that we can start providing some kind of a summer readiness type report or a winter readiness type report where we could say that folks have been able to pass at this rate. It'll always be aggregated when it comes from us, but we will be a little better positioned. Right now, we aren't sure that the deficiencies people are getting are reflective yet of actual resources they do and don't have, if that makes sense. And that really influences our ability to be confident in the operations program data. So that the combination is tough.
Is it more of a data validation issue or a lack of data issue?
It is at this point more of a data validation issue than lack of data, though we are still working with some participants to give data in the operations program. One of the other issues that we've identified and that participants have committed to in this proposal is we ask for or have asked for in the operations program highly aggregated data. So it's basically 5 data points from each participant in the operating time horizon. And it's pretty hard to do QA/QC when there are really, really aggregated results, right? We could say this one doesn't look quite right, but it's hard for us to know. So we've talked about providing additional levels of detail, and folks have signed on. Participants are willing to talk about and figure out how to give us a level of detail in the operating time horizon that's a little more akin to what they turn into the forward showing, which will really help us and them, presumably, to identify where maybe we have data quality issues.
Okay, so it's not a reluctance to share the data.
No.
It's really identifying what that data is that needs to be shared and really clearly on the entity side, understanding what is being requested and finding that data. And then for the power pool and for the program to really understand how to validate this data.
Yeah, or we have participants who maybe think they're turning in good data, but we can't really be sure until we can get a level of detail that is a little easier to dig into. Yeah. Okay, I'll hit a couple
more as a
go
follow
ahead.
on to that. So because of that, not quite ready, being able to validate that, were there any operations that happened? I mean, could you actually make it happen and somebody could say, I'm short, I need some help? Were you able to
No, yeah, good
engage in any
question.
of that? Or is it still very much in the figuring out the data so we know how it's going to work stage?
It is a bit more the latter.
Okay.
We do have an option in the program, and we're likely to stay more the latter until we go into binding. It's in the operating program particularly going to be very important that folks know that if they say they want this help on a given day, that someone is really obligated to show up with it. We do have the opportunity for folks who have some surplus to voluntarily put maybe more in than is showing in their sharing calculation. And we've been very clear, they've all been very clear with each other that if they did put in voluntary, don't do that and not show up. So there is some ways in which we think that this will maybe be somewhat accessible before we are fully binding. And I think there's an interest in continuing to have some of those conversations as we get better data about whether there's stuff we can continue to do before binding. For now, we have what we call the raise hand function, which is very simple. It's just someone with no threshold whatsoever can raise their hand and say, I need help, and then others can just call them. So it is intending to help connect people, but there's no set price. There's no, no obligation. It's just intended to kind of connect folks if they're really in a tough time. Yeah. Okay, so I'll spend just a minute, and I do have the whole appendix that folks can reference or we can dive into if you would like to. This is the revised transition plan proposal that the RAPSI, the Participants Committee, endorsed last week, and that will head to the board for consideration on the 19th. And as I said, it is posted on the website, the WPP website, for comment. So folks are welcome to log in and look at the whole thing, as well as provide comments if you have them. But this is the high level summary of what's in there. So the first one is a little bit basic. We have effectively extended what we call the transition period, which starts June 1, 2025, where there are various options available to folks. We know now that folks are mostly not taking advantage of those because they really come to pass when you get into binding. But nevertheless, the transition period will be from June 1st of 25 now through March 15th of 2029. So what we're really doing there is adding summer 28, 29 and winter 29 seasons, 2 more seasons into the transition period. We're not allowing folks to select to be non-binding any longer. So we held the line on that time horizon. So they only will have options that they currently have for how long to stay non-binding, which means everybody is binding no later than winter of 27, 28. But that extension of 2 more seasons does provide some provisions that hopefully will help folks be comfortable staying in the program in a binding manner while still getting access to this capacity, even while they're having some potential challenges to meet the metrics in their entirety as we navigate all of the challenges we already talked about. So the binding season selection is the first provision, and this is about getting folks as much opportunity to resolve any of their uncertainties. We know there's a lot of uncertainties out there now. So whether it's contracting, whether it's building, whether it's just getting more certainty about data and what the metrics will be, they will have a little bit longer to decide and commit to being binding in summer 27. So normally we would have required that they give us a 2-year notice, and the deadline for committing to summer 27 binding would be May 31st of next year. Instead, we're giving them a couple extra months, and we will, that deadline instead will be January 15th of 26. So they can't get out of the program then, but they can commit to going binding a little bit earlier. And that would give us that binding season in summer 27. We already talked a little about the critical mass. And so this is that we are going to define these thresholds in a business practice and enable folks to go non-binding if at any time there isn't a critical mass in their subregion. We're very hopeful. No one's leaving this. We don't think this is the problem that we're seeing in the transition window. So in reality, this is probably more applicable for like an enduring situation sometime later down the road, some circumstance we can't currently imagine. The next one is ETDs, or excused transition deficits. That's a concept that's already in the current tariff, but we are expanding the excused transition deficits through the new longer transition period. And so we've created a new term, a discounted deficiency charge, where we're trying to make clear that during these 4 seasons that people now at this point will maybe be binding, right? Summer 27 through winter 28, 29, that if you are not able to meet the metrics, you could be eligible for an excused transition deficit, which results in a significantly decreased charge so that you can still access the program, still be part of the program, so still stay in for one, and not feel the conservative need to leave RAP. But 2, that you can actually access the operations program. So we made a couple of changes there. One is previously when you paid ETDs, you were at a lower priority tier if you needed to access energy in the operating time horizon. So you only got access if everyone who was fully resource adequate was served first. Now, if you pay an excused deficiency charge, you're in the same pool. So you'll get equal access to any available capacity, whether it's, obligatorily offered because of the sharing calculation and folks who are having a better day than you, or voluntary, which we are also really hopeful there's additional voluntary capacity put in that operating time horizon. So that's one, you get that equal access. The other is that we've significantly decreased what those charges are. So previously you would have been paying 75% of the deficiency charge in that last 2 years. And so now you would pay only 25% of the deficiency charge, so significantly less in the first year, so summer 27, winter 27, 28, and then you're paying 50% of it in the second year, the new year we've added into the transition window. We also had previously put on some pretty significant limits to the use of these, so it's limited to a small number of megawatts. And those have been dramatically increased. So you can come in that, summer 27 or winter 27, 28, you could come with insufficient by 200% of your planning reserve margin. So you could actually have less than your average P50 load in RA qualifying capacity and be able to pay this deficiency charge and stay in the program. Your obligations in the operations program get significantly decreased. So you're not going to be called on to help, but you are able to access equally other people's capacity in that operating time horizon. So we really tried to reevaluate the approach in the excused transition deficits to ensure that it was like a very valuable option for entities who are considering whether they can really make these metrics and be resource adequate on the timeline that we've got implemented without changing the timeline. So we are not, not giving people more non-binding options, but trying to make sure that the binding option is one that they can work with. Then we have a couple of more minor changes that don't need to go into the tariff, but are changes in the modeling or in the implementation. So the diversity sharing expectations, we have had a lot of conversations. The participants in the room will laugh. This is like our Groundhog's Day. We've had over and over conversations about how much transmission to assume between the Northwest and Southwest, our two subregions, and been really challenged to figure out. There is, of course, transmission there. We know that. But there is no claim by RAP to be able to use it in the worst of days. And so that lack of functionality has always made us really hesitant to assume that transmission will be available for that diversity sharing and then lower the planning reserve margin based on that assumption. But we have now seen quite a bit of data. We had data before. We've kind of talked through which numbers to go with. There have been a lot of arguments for more than 500, I will say. But having seen, especially the cold weather event, was very good support for a lot more than 500 megawatts of diversity sharing between Northwest and Southwest, for instance. It feels like the only thing we could be sure of is that assuming 0 is too conservative and is negatively impacting our planning reserve margins. And so a reasonable number to start assuming for diversity sharing, basically helping the Northwest in winter and the Southwest in summer, is 500 megawatts of diversity. We'd already written that into the tariff to say if we have alignment on what that number would be, we can make that adjustment. So it will lower the planning reserve margin a little. We do kind of limit that, or we put a floor. We also run a loss of load study that looks at the region as a whole. And so we limit the planning reserve margin benefit to that RAP regional study, which is intended to capture whether if the RAP regional study is a lot lower than one of the subregions, say than the Northwest in the winter, then it would indicate there's a lot of diversity between Northwest and Southwest of resources, if only we could get them here. And so long as that diversity is showing up in the regional study, we'll make we'll lower the planning reserve margin. But if at any point we're seeing that the RAP regional study looks very similar to, say, the Northwest in the winter, we wouldn't make those assumptions, so that we'll stick with the regional planning reserve margin. And then we have committed that we would, as we get potentially more information, we expect more information as people join markets, then market operators have a ton more information than we're able to collect about how transmission is working, or potentially be able to unlock additional transmission capability, that we should be able to reevaluate that 500 number at least by 2030 with more data than we currently have. And then lastly, we already talked about the operations program data. Participants have committed to giving a more disaggregated set of information for those operating time horizons that'll help us to do QA/QC, and that will help us to better report on. Actually, Ryan Roy, our Chief Operating Officer, is a very popular destination for what happened in the cold weather event, or whatever other event has happened recently. And we have not really had enough granular information from the current operations program to speak using that data on on anything that is of interest to folks. And so we are using publicly available information to answer those kinds of questions. And we would really like to have greater information for you all and the region as folks ask questions. So that will help. We intend to have a plan or a timeline for getting that more granular data by the end of 2024, but the commitment is in the proposal. So that's it, actually.
Great questions. I have a
Yeah,
question.
please.
So I know you were talking about the RTP here, and but how do you account for differences in state requirements? For example, a utility, we've got power to share, but it doesn't meet Washington's CETA obligations. How do you deal with a situation like that?
Great question. So we get this question a lot. The operations program it's pretty simple insofar as we simply say, this is the number of megawatts that are, potentially obligated to you. You can choose to accept them or decline them. So if someone in Washington is in need, they would have a negative sharing calculation. We'd be saying they're eligible for help. And then we would be pairing them with someone in the region who has a positive sharing calculation. They then go off to do that contract bilaterally. So we set the price for the energy itself, but they could continue to negotiate any other stipulations. It's just they also don't have to take it, but I assume they would like to if they're in this sort of situation. So we are leaving that up to them. We are not optimizing in any way for folks to be paired with energy that they would like to get, if that makes sense, to meet those obligations. Yeah.
Right. I mean, it's sure. I guess a related question. I mean, all right, this utility says it's in need. I mean, utilities are in different places. Some have robust energy efficiency and conservation programs. Some might. I mean,
Yep.
they look at the other utility and say, well, you haven't done everything you can to help yourself, and now you're asking for us to share. I mean, do you have those kinds of conversations going on?
Yeah, that's a great question. So in the operating time horizon, if you have in the forward showing claimed like a demand response program, we see that as any other capacity that you sort of have in your portfolio. So we don't, we account for that as you will presumably deploy that before you access the program. You don't have to. So we don't check on you to say, you can't access unless you've already use this demand response program. So if you have some other way to kind of replace that energy, so if you had a 50 megawatt demand response program, but you could somehow in the market access 50 megawatts of replacement capacity, if you will, that might tide you over, and then we would cover the rest of it. But we assume when we determine how much you're eligible to buy from the program, that you are using all of those resources in your portfolio. We don't require that you use specific resources in your portfolio, if that makes sense.
I've got a question about, I guess to some extent it's about the dynamics that led to the decision to delay the binding phase by the participants, and what about the program design might be affecting those types of decisions. And so it's been my understanding that the kind of the value proposition for the resource adequacy program was that if there was a collective approach to it, that the total amount of reserves that would be needed would be less as a result of that. Like the PRM could be lower. But then we hear from individual, potential participants that going into wrap a binding phase would mean they need to have more reserves than they do now. And how can I reconcile those two things? The idea that a collective program reduces the reserve requirements, and yet individual utilities saying, I can't, I'm worried about entering into the binding because I'll have to do more than I'm doing now.
Yeah. Great question. And I think one that we've been chasing around for quite some time. So I think that the most challenging part of sitting in this seat has been to recognize that we have really an apples and oranges situation. We have utilities who have made their own resource adequacy assessments for years based on whatever information they variably determined to do that. So what we should be saying, we have tried to correct ourselves after years of maybe not being as clear as we should have been, is that if a particular utility meeting our resource adequacy policies RAP on their own relative to them meeting it with the whole region, it will be a lower planning reserve margin. It's easy to assume that folks who have been implementing their own resource adequacy program have had to do things differently, logically speaking, because the program didn't exist, as they came up with what their own resource adequacy program might look like. So some of that, when utilities have been making assumptions that go into their own resource adequacy assessment, most would assume some amount of market depth to help them out on the worst of days. What the sort of very high level polling that we did in 2019 indicated is that folks were really assuming market depth that was probably far beyond where we were headed. So there's a number of ways. It's really only one of them. Another way in which we are doing this sort of analytical approach to ELCCs for variable energy resources, or the amount of capacity we assign to each resource. So there's different ways in which the two sides of the ledger might look quite different than what people were doing previously. And ultimately, we'd say that we're very confident that if folks were meeting the same metrics on their own versus with the group, this would be a benefit, but we just can't speak to what any given individual utility might have been doing previously. So the planning reserve margin percentages are pretty hard to compare. I will also note another place that this often comes to pass is that we decided to do monthly planning reserve margins. And that was in large part because of the hydro system in the Northwest having pretty different capacity contributions in different months, and wanting to recognize how that variability comes in on one side of the ledger. So we needed to kind of update the other side of the ledger to be parallel. And recognizing that when we put things into a monthly planning reserve margin, the denominator to create that percentage is the monthly load. And so you might have highly variable loads in March, for instance. We do see critical hours happen in March, but the average load in March is quite a bit lower. So we wind up with a really high percentage in March, even though the ultimate amount of capacity we're asking for is lower than February. And so folks see a 30% planning reserve margin, for instance, in March, and it's pretty hard based on the available information to get that other piece of math, because it's happening on a utility by utility basis, to recognize that that is actually intended or resulting in most utilities having a slightly lower capacity requirement in March, but the percentage is larger. So we didn't do ourselves a communication service with that one, though we knew we were getting into that when we made the decision.
Can I go again? Okay. Another question that I have was about during the extended non-binding phase that is reflected in the revised transition plan. RAP talks about the insights that they hope to have to see into resource adequacy problems during that non-binding phase. And I wondered if you could talk about what sort of insights you might be looking for, and how RAP would share those with regulators and policymakers.
Great question. So one of the, I would say, as we think about like what value is uncovered in the non-binding period, one of the greatest values, in my opinion, at least, is the non-binding metrics are the same as the binding metrics for the forward showing time horizon. So we're modeling all of these participants, we're taking all of their information, we're doing these analytical studies to determine what their capacity value of their resources are and how much capacity we would tell them to show up with. And so regardless of whether they have charges headed for them for non-compliance, we're setting that bar with these transparent, analytically derived metrics that folks can be using. I know they already are in IRPs and in conversations with you all. As I sort of answered earlier, the challenge for us is kind of putting out aggregate data that doesn't have a ton of caveats. And we have a hard time speaking on behalf of the utilities who are turning in, information and doing their best to provide all of the backup we're asking for, sometimes in very recent business practices. But having conversations directly with those utilities about, what the workbooks are there, and they would be much better suited, I would think, to speak to how those things are coming through than we would be, though we're happy to support those. So if that, I think there is information there. It's just a question of how well we can present it when there are caveats, like we're working on a capability test for this resource, and then it would get full credit in RAP, but I can't say eventually it will get full credit. I don't have the ability until it actually comes with a capacity test, if that makes sense. So they sort of have to be the other side of the coin for those insights. Does that answer the question?
It's helpful. Yeah, thank you.
I should maybe add that in the operating time horizon, once we have some of the QA/QC sort of issues we're working through now updated, we hope that we'll be able to provide more insights into how we perform through any of these issues or events. What we're doing now is we've from the cold weather event we realize it's now summer and this is a while ago, but we're going to be quicker next time. We're figuring out our first processes. We've collected additional data from participants, more aggregate or more granular information, and more information generally to try and assess how RAP might have performed if it were binding. It is really challenging because you only have one actual history, and people behave in a certain way when they have no actual obligation to provide for each other. They are much more conservative, presumably, especially when you're talking about a finite resource like water. And so if they don't know if someone's going to have to show up for them and they have a certain amount of water, they might be operating their hydro system or their own plants in one way. Whereas if they're in a binding version of a program or a market, then more of the assumptions about sharing that would probably be more easily modeled by folks we talked to more recently, for instance, those become a little more realistic, that people will behave in a more perfect way once they're in something like an operating program. But we can at least begin to imagine how it might, even if it has some asterisks in it with that additional data collection.
I think there'd be some interest in with the forward showing part in the extent to which entities are deficit or surplus.
Yeah.
Versus, is everybody coming in just at zero? So even if we don't know that so-and-so's deficit and so-and-so's positive, even just to know the magnitude and the number of entities that are on one side of the line or the other.
Yeah, we've thought that we could probably provide, again, we feel like we need to navigate are the deficiencies because of paperwork, or are they real, right? We don't want to be telling you there are a bunch of deficiencies when in fact it's because folks are working to get all of the requisite details. But assuming we get through that, which I think we will soon, then the question is, what kind of information can we provide that isn't commercially sensitive? We think we could certainly be providing, how many entities are turning in workbooks, how many are passing, how many are not passing. The amount of surplus or not has always been a little bit questionable, simply because if we say that there is some amount of surplus, it often leads to inappropriate conclusion. So it might be some other group leaning on that, thinking that's available to them, when in fact, this is just a snapshot at 7 months in advance, and folks may well sell that capacity, and it should not be relied upon unless it is forward contracted. And similarly, it's hard for us to fully communicate the degree to which someone might be holding back additional reserves because they aren't confident yet in all the different mechanisms happening out there, like RAP or potential day-ahead markets. So they might be keeping more cushion, and the market may not be as liquid as our metrics might indicate. So we are thinking a lot about how to provide kind of helpful information. And we think that once we get through this sort of paperwork issue, that we can provide high-level metrics about at least number of participants passing and not, perhaps. But I do think that's where, the more confidential information about individual utility participation, they're able to answer as they are able to answer depending on the venue. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, great questions.
Anything else? We could take a minute or two for a question from the floor if there are any.
Well, I don't have a question. I just want to say I've served on the Committee of State Regulators, and of course, we're still debating whether that's COSR or COSR. But
Important issues. Yeah.
it is an important issue.
Yeah.
But it has given me the ability to really to learn about this program, and I want to recognize the great work that you've done. I want to acknowledge the complexity of what it is that you're doing, and I also want to state my personal view that I think the success of RAP is very important for our region, and that I wish you all success, and I encourage the utilities in our region to fully embrace this, and I think they are doing so.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. And we've experienced just so much support from the COSR, as well as utilities. I've told people that if I continue going to these and at some point we are not the universally popular golden child, that I would like at least 6 months of notice. So I will have to curb my expectations. People our participants are very committed. We've got lots of support for finding solutions that make sure people can stay in the room, and making sure that there's no unintended consequences of things we're putting forward. We had so many conversations about this transition plan to make sure that the levers, it's like designing some kind of terrible board game where you got to make sure that no one's going to do something because of some rule you put in place, that you're not accidentally incenting something that you didn't intend, or causing someone to feel that they need to conservatively leave the program or behave in some different way. So people have really been turning over every possible outcome. And let me tell you, I don't think our utilities are anything but edge cases, right? Everyone has all kinds of edge cases to bring to the table about how any particular policy will work. So we've just really appreciated how much enthusiasm and support and thinking the region has given the program to make it successful.
Well, thank you very much for coming today. And I encourage everybody to come back after lunch. We're going to continue this discussion of how to get to a resource adequacy program for the region. So we will pick it up again at 1 o'clock.
Okay, we are going to get started here again in a moment. If everyone could find their seats. We have two main agenda items left to close out our program for the day. First up, we are going to have a staff member from the Oregon Public Utilities Commission come to present to us about their recent rulemaking on resource adequacy. Do we have Curtis DeLuey on the line?
Yes, you do. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. The floor is all yours, and you're welcome to present your own slides.
All right, give me just 1 second to do so. All right, are you seeing these slides now?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and get started. Well, good afternoon. Thanks for having me. Curtis DeLuey. I am the manager of policy and economic analysis at the Oregon PUC. And yeah, so I was asked to present on a recent rulemaking on resource adequacy in the state, and I thought it would be worthwhile to just kind of back up and talk about how did we even get here. So way back in December 2020, the PUC, or the Oregon PUC, opened up a docket to investigate resource adequacy in the state. And for a little bit of context, this docket was opened up as kind of a spinoff of our direct access investigation. For those of you not familiar with Oregon's direct access program, we have retail choice available for non-residential customers, and figuring out how to properly implement that has been a long ongoing process. So as you're listening to this, you'll probably hear a lot of things that are informed by these suppliers to direct access customers. For about a year and a half, we eventually released a report on the state of resource adequacy in Oregon. Among other things, this report kind of touched on what we felt about certain regional programs, in this case, just the RAP, what the state of the resource adequacy looked like in Oregon, and what we felt some next steps might be. Kind of abstracting away to the two biggest conclusions. At the time, it seemed like the conclusion of our analysis was that resource adequacy is something we should care about, but it was far enough out that we had enough time to dual rulemaking sort of deliberately. And so that's what we did over the next year and a half or so. We then sent out a straw proposal of what we felt were our priorities in a rulemaking about 6 months later. And over the following year and a half, we adopted formal rules that went into effect in April 2024. Okay, and leading into this rulemaking, I think it's kind of worth backing up and again, talking about some of the things that we assumed about just the state of resource adequacy and our own internal capabilities. First, as has been, I've heard multiple times today, we do think that resource adequacy issues are best solved regionally. And to this end, any sort of regional coordination should be incentivized with the rules that we adopt. We do see the value in a compliance program, as well as a call to make some of the more long-term planning around resource adequacy a little more rigorous, or at least just set some expectations. So kind of informed by both of these, we felt that if an entity is part of a regional program, they're not an entity that we feel is as a high level of a concern as those not part of a regional program. In Oregon, in practice, this was the only ones that were not part of the RAP or committed to the RAP were our electric service suppliers, which is the term we give for our suppliers to our direct access and retail choice customers. And finally, we just had to be a little realistic with what we could do. It's just worth noting that the OPUC is just not as sophisticated as the Western Power Pool or the CPUC, who both have their own RA programs. So while we do want to solve it to the best of our abilities, we just have to understand that our abilities were, there was a limit to what we could feasibly do. So in starting out this rulemaking, we wanted to do what we could to leverage anything that the Oregon Public Utility Commission already had going on and use whatever regional information we had. So the things that we identified that could be used to make this effective and efficient were everything that we could possibly glean from the RAP. We saw the value in the RAP. We, again, wanted to incentivize its continued existence and do what we can to help that along. We also note that our electric service suppliers are under our new climate legislation, HB 2021, required to give periodic updates on their progress towards any of our Oregon's climate goals. And finally, we do note that all of our regulated IOUs are required to file IRPs on a sort of every other year cadence. So next, we thought it was worthwhile to spend some time setting clear standards for our IOUs and ESSs in a way that best utilizes the resources that we have. So as an outcome of this rulemaking, we were hoping to fully clarify what we expect to be done in the planning processes and any sort of compliance obligations that might arise from this rulemaking. If possible, we wanted to set a clear standard of analytical methods to help us inform or help our entities show us that they are doing RA planning in the way that we want to. And we want to provide some sort of consistency in these filings across entities wherever possible. With this, we did want to be wary of being too prescriptive and having, as a result of being too prescriptive, perhaps having to reopen a rulemaking in just a year or two. We didn't think that was particularly efficient. So whatever we did, we wanted to make sure it was sufficiently flexible enough that if there are these small tweaks that arise, the rules could still accommodate that. And like I said, we were intending on creating some sort of compliance program. And so with that, whatever arises from that compliance program, we wanted to make sure that there was effective enforcement mechanisms to actually reach some of the outcomes we were striving for. Okay, so as a result of this rulemaking, we kind of created two separate processes. One is an informational RA filing with no compliance outcomes or anything. This informational filing was meant to just slot in with the IRPs that are filed about every other year and the forthcoming HB 2021 filings that our ESSs are required to do. The rationale behind this is that we felt that in these planning spaces, RA is kind of like something that fits into the overall resource planning dockets and should therefore be thought about holistically within there and be kind of one part of the overall analysis of an IRP or a forward-looking planning document. As a separate channel, we also created a compliance program that is applying to only non-RAP participants. In the rules themselves, we use the term qualified regional program to discuss any sort of regional program that makes an entity exempt from our state program. In practice, though, that just means the RAP for the time being. In this compliance program, we outlining the rules that we expect them to show 2 years worth of compliance starting in, that will be filed April of every other year. Many of these methods are very similar to those employed by the RAP. And in fact, if you were to peruse our rules, we do punt to the RAP quite a bit when it comes to outlining these methods. On the informational side, we wanted our entities to show 4 years worth of information as part of their IRPs or HB 2021 filings, and do so in a way that is consistent with some of the regional reports that are coming out of the RAP. When it comes to compliance outcomes, we wanted to give this program sufficient teeth. So we do put in the rules that a non-compliant entity may be subject to fines, and also throw in some sort of a cure period, much like the RAP does. Given that our entities are oftentimes, In practice, the entities that are part of the compliance program are ESSs, who are retail choice providers. We wanted to give them some flexibility on how they could choose to comply. And so we added some language in there to give them an option to just allow to be preferentially curtailed if the need arises. Okay, so I do want to talk just a bit more about the structure of this compliance program. Like I've said, this is filed every 2 years, applies to only non-RAP members. Much like the RAP, we're choosing that first month at which the compliance needs to be shown as July of that year. So it would run from, for this first compliance program, July 1st, 2025 through June 30th or 31st. I can never get the final date right. Of 2027. Like I've said previously, the methods and the details and the QCCs and whatnot are meant to align with whatever RAP's putting out on the regional level, albeit just on a 2-year timeline rather than a 7-month or so timeline. In making these rules, we did recognize that the further out you have to plan for compliance, the more difficult it gets. So we did want to give some flexibility to those involved in the state program and allow them a little bit of wiggle room to keep their operations a little more flexible farther out. What we landed on is that in year 1, we expected entities to cover 95% of their P50 load, P50 peak load with generation resources, and 80% of that number in the second year. Taking a cue directly from the RAP, we said that the transmission to cover these must just be 75% of those 95 and 80% numbers. Yeah, I'll move on to the informational piece now. So, like I noted, this would just show up as part of an IOU's IRP or an ESS's HB 2021 compliance filing. What we wanted to see was a monthly load, transmission, and generation set of data on a 4-year period. This 4-year period was meant to align with a typical action plan timeline of an IRP. So, as I stated earlier, one of our objectives was to provide kind of a clear way to compare RA both across entities that we regulate and to the region as a whole. So we added language in our rules that said that it's totally fine for an entity to use their own internal RA analysis methods. Many are very sophisticated and they obviously have a very deep understanding of their own system. But we did want to see alongside that some regional assessments so that within the IRP or equivalent filings, we have some basis to compare them. And I think, okay, yeah, just one more slide. So I'd be a little remiss if I didn't talk about some recent updates that happened just about a week ago at the commission. So following the news that the RAP was the binding season was going to be pushed back to about 2027, the commission decided to approve a waiver of the fines and compliance determination language of these new rules for the first forward showing. And this was a decision that was talked about quite a bit internally, but we decided it was the best course of action for a few reasons. First and foremost, throughout the entire rulemaking process, we did state that one of our main intentions was to align the timing of this with the RAP. So with the RAP targeting a 2027 binding season and doing some non-binding showings right here, or in the interim, we felt that it was consistent to take the same tack. Second, as stated a couple times before, we really think that the RAP has a good value added to the system, and we want to give our stakeholders as much time and bandwidth and resources to devote to making the RAP workable as a program and for them in particular. So we were concerned that if we were to have a binding compliance program while the RAP was non-binding, we might see some entities incentivized to devote all their resources towards just meeting state compliance when, as the state regulators, we felt that that might have been better spent helping furthering the conversations with the RAP. And just as a practical matter, it's worth pointing out that this is the first time we are doing this compliance program. We expect that there's going to be some lessons learned throughout the way and some kinks to work out. So we felt that it was appropriate to make this one just kind of a dry run, to give us some time to work through whatever things need to be worked through to make this most effective, and give the entities that are part of the state program for the time being a little more experience with what's expected from them and what they need to do to help make their filings look the best that they possibly can. And that's all I have. I'm happy to take any questions if you have them.
Curtis, thank you very much. It's a very good presentation. I really appreciate it. My observation is that your commission wants to nudge entities into the RAP, and that this is kind of the safety net to make sure that there is some kind of resource adequacy for those who don't. Are you finding that there are regulated entities in Oregon that are resistant to RAP or are opposed to it, or is it just a matter of there are a number of conditions that they have to meet and they may not go all the way in the end?
I think it's more the latter. It's worth clarifying that of our 3 main regulated IOUs, all are part of it's our retail choice providers that are weighing some of the pros and the cons. And if you are interested, we did just have a special public meeting where a lot of these concerns were discussed pretty openly just last Thursday. But it seemed like the bigger concern was just trying to find a way that RAP would work for them and working out some kinks rather than it being a totally off the table solution.
Oh, that's helpful. How many retail choice providers are we talking about?
Let's see. I think we have 6 registered. I think in practice, there's only 3 or 4 that are actually doing business in Oregon. And of those, at least one of them is still committed to the RAP.
Okay, thank you. That's good situational awareness. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, Curtis. Thanks for presenting to us today. So just to clarify, so although you said that all of the regulated utilities are participating in RAP, so if they are the ESS folks, they are subject to compliance by the commission if they're not part of RAP. But the regulated entities, if they're already committed to RAP, then they simply have to provide the information through the IRP and other processes. But there's no compliance obligation for those entities.
That is correct. The RAP does have its own set of compliance obligations. So we were in the initial phase of the rulemaking worried that providing a second compliance obligation on top of what's already provided to the RAP might serve as a disincentive, as in why face 2 compliance penalties if I can only face 1, therefore I should just get out of the RAP.
Got it. And in terms of the information, have any of the utilities or any of the entities had to submit data yet under the rules?
For the state compliance program?
Yes. Or for just for the state program. So for example, state regulated investor and utility submits their IRP, and you now have these requirements to submit data. Have any of those entities had to submit data under the resource adequacy program or the rules in Oregon?
Kind of. So a little bit of context. Another portion of the rules is that we did write in that upon request, the RAP entities would have to provide us their most recent forward showings just for our own internal use. Again, those are very highly confidential. So we have requested those and reviewed those. That's not been part of an IRP or any particular docket though. I think the next round of IRPs are set to be filed next year, which would be the first time that this new set of RA requirements would be in place. On the ESS side, we are still working through exactly when the first one would come, because while we had hoped that these HB 2021 filings would be a good mostly permanent place for them to land, That first filing is not coming for another couple years. So it's on our to-do list to communicate with our ESS community about when that first one would come. Does that answer your question?
Yes. And then did you have to hire any experts to help you review that data, or do you have staff who can evaluate that data sufficiently?
Are you speaking towards the
The
compliance?
utility, the data that you received that were the RAP forward showing data?
So we do feel like we have enough expertise to analyze it, at least to the degree that we needed at the time. Yeah, we were able to process it on our own internally. But I mean, with that, we do work with outside experts on RA who, without seeing the data itself, we have learned quite a few lessons from some of these experts who engage in the space more fully than we're able to.
Great, thank you.
Thanks again for coming, Curtis. We really appreciate it. One question that I had about the program was, yeah, you used the term, I think, qualifying regional entity, which is it? No, qualified regional program. And, but then that's the RAP. But I think we've seen from the earlier discussion that the RAP is not completely defined and set, all its parameters and everything. There's quite a bit that is going to still be developing. And I wonder how in applying your rule, you'll, are there certain minimum provisions that this generic qualifying regional program has to have in order for it to relieve the IOUs and the ESSs of their requirements under the state rule?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the way we wrote the rules is that a qualifying regional program would count if it were just approved by the commission. So we don't fully outline the criteria by which it would be. It is built in there that if a new program were to arise and the commission deems it to be sufficient enough, then that would also count. Does that answer your question well enough?
I think so. It sounds like also, if it turned out that that RAP ended up being too light a touch in the view of the commission, that say it had very low penalties for non-performance or weak standards for how how much forward capacity you have to produce, that the commission would have the discretion to say, no, that version of RAP is not sufficient. Our rules everybody needs to comply with our rules. Is that accurate?
I would need to read our rules a little more thoroughly. It's been a minute since we've toyed with, but I think it does give us the flexibility to make that call. For what it's worth, though, I don't think there's been any chatter about us having to make that call, though. So for the time being, we're hopeful for the RAP.
Yeah.
Do we have any questions from online or in the room?
And in particular from our on deck panel, because I know none of you would necessarily have day-to-day participation in the Oregon work, but if you have any questions about how that program is developing, you'd be welcome to ask them.
Okay. All right. Glenn, I think we're ready to just move.
No, in that case, I want to ask another.
All right. Then
I was just trying to be polite.
get back in there, Glenn.
Okay. So one question that I had was about kind of the how closely the standards align with RAP. Because I got the impression that was the objective, was to make it a very similar set of requirements to what they would face if they participate in RAP. But then it looked like instead of a 7-month forward showing, there was a 1 year and a 2 year, and the requirement that they have in 1 year, 95% of their P50 peak load sounded low compared to what I was expecting to see out of a RAP standard. But I can't actually quote the RAP standard, so I may be off base on that.
Yeah, happy to answer that. That was actually a big point of discussion when we were doing our rulemaking. So, you know, Rebecca should feel free to jump in and correct me if I'm wrong. It's been a minute, but if I remember right, the RAP standard is to meet your P50 load for the forward showing that extends 7 months out from the file date. So we thought about whether it was more valuable to meet that perfectly or meet it close and you know, recognize that we're not asking for a 7-month forward showing. We're asking for a full year's forward showing. So the intent of our rules are to be more binding, essentially across the board. You do clue in on a little nuance in that the period that would be covered by the RAP forward showing is slightly less binding, but the requirement to show 95% of your P50 load for the ensuing 5 months beyond that, as well as the 80% for the year beyond that, we viewed to be sufficiently more binding to meet this this goal of being a stricter standard than the RAP.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Mhm.
And maybe just one more to wrap up, to more of a clarification for people who are hearing about this. Do any of these requirements apply to consumer-owned utilities in Oregon?
No, they don't. As a commission, we regulate IOUs and ESSs, so that is who they apply to at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
And this isn't a question for Curtis, it's just an observation. Looking at the map that Rebecca put up there, there was a little yellow spot in the northern area of central Washington, and I was just wondering if there was any public comment that that particular utility had made about why it is not engaging with RAP, that anybody wants to speak to.
I think there's more than one.
Is there more than one? Okay.
Oh, it's just that.
All right, thank you for that. It also looked like Okanagan PUD was. Okay. Bono will be coming then, okay. Ah. Okay. Okay, that's real helpful. And of course, that's out of my portfolio. I want to be real clear about that. There are some people in the room here who might be concerned. So believe me, I got enough to do. All right, thank you.
Great. Any other questions for Curtis? Okay, back to you, thank you so much for being here, Curtis. Really appreciate your time today. This is really valuable.
Thanks for having me. Feel free to reach out to me if you have any further questions.
Cool. Thank you so much. And sending it back to Dr. Blackman for the panel.
That sounds good. So we do want to move straight into a more open dialogue about the status of the Western Resource Adequacy Program. It's been an eventful year since our last meeting. And I have to say, I'm not entirely sure that it's been a year of progress or not progress, but there's definitely been a lot going on. And so we asked around to get some of the active participants in the development of the RAP to come and share their insights on how things have gone and what they see in the coming couple of years. And I do hope for this to be an interactive discussion. You know, we no slides for this part, so they are going to start with some overview type remarks, but then we'll see what kind of questions come up. If people in the audience have questions, we do want to get you to a mic. And if there are other participants in RAP or former participants in RAP or maybe one day participants in RAP who have their own perspective, I would hope we'd have time to get to that too before we're done with this part of it. So with that, I will turn it over. I think Rachel is listed first in the agenda. So Rachel from BPA, would you like to start us?
Yes, thank you. So I am Rachel Dibble, the Vice President of Bulk Marketing at Bonneville Power Administration. And just one quick clarification, the RAP requirement is P50 plus the PRM. And so I assume that there is a similar PRM in the Oregon program, but just wanted to clarify that. It's not just P50.
That is correct.
Yes, okay, thank you. So as you all know, I'm sure BPA has supported the RAP program and been involved in the development of it since it began in earnest in 2018, 2019. I started working on the Bonneville part of it in about 2020 when we were transitioning from concept phase into more of the actual building the program. And based on the engagement and the statements of all of the other entities that are involved, I have not heard anyone giving any indication that they are wanting to step out of it. So I believe that there is really significant engagement and problem-solving collaborative work being done, and that all of the entities continue to plan to participate in RAP. So the purpose of the program is to be ensuring reliable load service. And I'm sure none of you are strangers to the reality of curing capacity issues and the time that it takes to do that. And so it takes a lot of investment, money, it takes a lot of time. There are concerns over supply chain issues, as well as just building new resources and getting them online. So those are really the primary drivers around why we have needed to shift the binding program. It is simply practical reasons of, is it really a productive endeavor to be putting penalties on entities that are doing what they need to do to get to compliance when those resources could be being put to complying as opposed to the penalties. And so it is just a very practical matter. There are also internal systems that need to be developed. In Bonneville, I'm not sure if all of the utilities are going to need to do that. Bonneville certainly needs to. We have a pretty complex showing, both in forward showing and operational, especially. That's a lot of data, as well as our load forecasts. So we have invested in internal systems. We have a vendor working with us that right now is working on the data submittal for the operational program to make it more automated. The forward showing is still in a spreadsheet format. We would hope that over time, we would be able to be submitting that. Along with those concerns that I mentioned, we're also just any big program like this that you are developing, data quality issues at the beginning are always going to be an issue. You have 20 to 30 entities who have an internal data structure that now needs to be pulled together and sent to a third party. So we are still working through those data quality issues, and we are getting better at it, and we expect to continue to do that. As far as Bonneville's status, because we have been submitting our data, and As far as our status, the one area of concern that we do have is our Southeast Idaho load. We have, and that is not a generation shortage, it is transmission, because our federal system, we do have the generation to serve that load, but it is not on our transmission system. It is, so we buy transmission from others. So the Boardman to Hemingway line is one of our long-term solutions for that. And if you've heard anything about Boardman to Hemingway, it still has not broken ground. Idaho Power is building that line, and we are going to be NT customers of Idaho Power to be serving that. Right now, we are serving that load, and we do have enough. We have conditional firm transmission right now, so this build will firm that up to firm, which will take care of our biggest concerns, but we do have market purchases on the other side of that congestion. But so we are serving that load, but market purchases are not RAP compliant. So that is the one area that that we do have a plan in place, which is that Boardman to Hemingway line that just takes time to be able to implement. So I think that's probably a snapshot of Bonneville's participation. We do, as mentioned, we will take responsibility for the resource adequacy of all of our load following customers. And then our slice customers, if they have a block portion, we would be responsible for that piece. And then the slice customers would be responsible for the variability and the resource adequacy for their slice portion of their purchase from us. And right now, we're in regional dialogue. We are negotiating new contracts. So what those new contracts look like may require some adjustment of those expectations, but I won't try to predict what provider of choice contracts are going to look like at this point.
Okay, thank you. And just on that last point about the retail utilities that you've taken the resource adequacy responsibilities for, it seems like over the last couple of years that there's been a shift back to Bonneville utilities that maybe used to do their own resource adequacy, their own integrated resource planning, or coming back to a load following contract. Is that, do you have a sense of like how much of the public power load Bonneville is now carrying the RA responsibilities for?
So we have over the last, starting about a year and a half ago, I believe, we have brought back, I believe, 5 customers. Well, 3 customers have come back from slice to load following. They changed their product. And then another 2 or 3 have just recently asked and been approved. So when the new contracts go into place, they would be, or for the new rate period and then the new contracts, they would be load following. As far as the amount of, I believe the amount of slice load now is down to about 10-ish%, maybe right around that area. Like he may be able to, as a slice customer, he may be able to tell us a little more closely. But it's definitely below 15. It's in probably the 10+ amount of our load right now.
Okay.
With the entities that have left, yes, it has gone down over the last couple of years. They have been the smaller entities. I mean, we do have a couple of the really large entities who are still slice, and that's a bulk of what the slice program is. But we have had several smaller entities switch back to load following.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just kind of mix it up a little bit and go to Phil Haynes to get one IOU perspective on this.
Yeah, well, similar to Bonneville, we are, we've been engaged in the program, the RAP program, since the early days. I think I started similar timing as Rachel, around 2020, 2021. And, obviously very committed to the program, seen quite amazing cooperation between entities that I've never seen in my career. So it's been quite an interesting journey, I guess, but to see everybody follow that or come together around the resource adequacy need has been pretty amazing to watch. Everybody can see it, and I think we're all struggling in our own ways to cover that challenge. But we've chosen the winter of 27, 28, similar to BPA, and our issues aren't necessarily transmission related. Ours are capacity related. So we are, we're moving to close a capacity gap that we've had over the last decade plus. Just that we've had market purchases to cover. And so slow, it's not a fast process, but contracting and building has sort of been our challenge. So we want to make sure that we have a long enough runway to land the plane, to make sure that we're not too exposed, or our customers aren't too exposed to some of the deficiency charges. And I guess also clarification, the P50, when we talk about P50, going back to what Rachel had mentioned, is it's also P50 peak. So this isn't just a median load, this is a P50 of your peak loads. So it's still a large capacity number. So it's more of a P95 to P99 range if you just look at the statistics. But just one quick clarification there. But yeah, I mean, obviously we're engaged. We're trying to stand this program up as quickly as possible. But we have run into the issue where we've pushed it to 2027 for really legitimate issues. And overall, we're looking forward to the program, but also have a lot of wood to chop ourselves in order to get there. So yeah, I guess in a nutshell, we're excited about it, but also ensuring that we can maintain sort of compliance with the program.
Great, thanks. And so let me go to Ray Johnson from Tacoma, and then we'll circle back for some questions.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Yeah, again, my name's Ray Johnson. I'm the Deputy General Manager at Tacoma Power, in charge of the power management section. And, I think like the Rachel and Phil, we've been involved kind of since the inception of the RAP program. Myself, personally involved right now as the co-chair of the program review committee. So I've been working very closely with Rebecca and everybody on getting those business practice manuals through. So, and, I would say that for me, it's been frankly, like probably the most rewarding experience I've had, since I've been to Tacoma Power. Just being able to work across the Northwest, across the entire West, and really get to know folks. And I think RAP has kind of really enabled a lot of utilities from the West to come together and kind of work through some really challenging problems. And, and I think that kind of, you can see that with the transition plan. This is a very complicated thing to work through, and you see utilities all over the West come in person to Portland, sit down for 2 straight days, hash through the details, turn things over. I mean, I think that speaks to the commitment that the utilities have. So, I have a couple, I guess, contextual things I just wanted to say that it may be a little bit of a repeat from some of the things that we heard this morning. But I just want to start with noting the challenge that is being faced by utilities through the energy transition. It really is a generational challenge. And providing reliable, affordable, low carbon electric service to our customers, it's going to get more challenging due to climate change, electrification, transportation of buildings, and then the retirement of baseload resources. So, this morning there was quite a bit of discussion about data centers. I think one really good resource for taking a look at that potential impact is the Pacific Northwest Utility Conference Committee's Northwest Regional Forecast, which shows substantial growth in data centers, probably onshoring of manufacturing, facilities, potentially green hydrogen, other sorts of load. And my understanding is that large increase isn't even necessarily reflecting, electrification of transportation or buildings. So that's kind of just the tip of the iceberg. It's not me, is it?
Yeah, that's,
We all have more than one phone.
yeah. Oh, it's like-
Had it on Do Not Disturb.
Hit it. Well, why don't you just pick up exactly where you were?
Yeah, so I mean, it's going to significantly increase the challenge. And I believe utilities are working as hard as they can to procure the supply that's going to be needed, but I don't think there's sufficient supply right now from existing asset owners, right? So in order to get there, stuff's going to have to be built, and you can't build stuff overnight. And we heard this, you know, the folks from WEC, I think, spoke to some of the challenges that utilities are facing in bringing new supply on. And you know, the gentleman from the DOE spent quite a bit of time talking about, well, you know, new resources. So let me just say that, you know, I do believe that solar and wind will play an important part in the energy transition, but in crucial, you know, grid emergencies, you just can't, they're just not necessarily going to be there. And so right now the industry is facing something called, that I call the clean firm gap. Like in this state, you need something that can maintain reliability. We have constraints. It can't be thermal based resources anymore. So what is it going to be? And there's a lot of technologies that I think people are working very hard on, that I think will be a big part of the solution. But at present, and probably for the next decade or more, those are not going to be like at the level of maturity that are required. And so this is a term it's a situation that's being faced not just by Pacific Northwest utilities, but utilities all across the country. The term that stuck with me, I heard on a podcast, was called the energy gauntlet. So this is where we'll eventually have solutions to solve it, but for the next 10 to 15, it's going to be really, really challenging. So I think that context is important, because this is the context in which some of the transition modifications were made to RAP. It really is, to Rachel's point, you know, just kind of a pragmatic change in given the challenge. I think, you know, the industry understands that RAP is a key part of the solution. And even the program right now, even though it's, you know, mainly the forward showing, I already think it's provided value. It's providing value. It sets a very clear measurement about what, you know, one dimension of resource adequacy. I think IRPs, every IRP in this state, I believe, has that factored in as one of their RA metrics. I know Tacoma Powers does as well. And so I think it's really kind of like making it really clear about what the target is, like what the capacity contribution from resources are or likely to be. I think it's just enhancing kind of the intelligence of the entire function for the region. And, you know, as we start to get further into the program, I think it's gonna add additional value. So again, I think, in my opinion, you know, the industry is pretty committed to this. I've spoken to peers in the Desert Southwest, you know, everywhere. That's the distinct feeling that I have. And I just think, you know, we just need a little bit more time to get the resources built that we need.
Thank you for those opening remarks. Phil, you look like you might be ready to have something to add, or
I'm just moving the microphone closer just in case. But
Okay.
I mean, I completely agree with Ray, and it's you know, it's going to be a big challenge over the next, you know, 10 years to really fill that. You know, I think the clean firm capacity gap is a great way to put it. It's you can even see the fight for those resources now in bids for slice products and things as well. You see Bonneville's customers switching back to load following, and so the capacity need obviously is clear. So
one thing that I wanted to ask you, Phil, because of PSE's leadership on demand response, does PSE feel like the design of the RAP is going to give it credit for the peak load reductions that you're going to be able to achieve through your virtual power plant program?
I think so. It's a new enough technology that I think it's a balance between what you put in the contract and what you can do physically with the resource, because it's a wholesale resource that you're trying to build. And what a customer's willing to offer as well in terms of demand response. And so we do have programs that are working, and we just need to continue to work on them to make sure they're sustainable for an entire hour. There's times where customer might immediately respond and then go back to their thermostat and change it. And so it is working, it definitely is. But there is more work to do to ensure that it's actually similar or a good lookalike for a wholesale resource.
I guess, are you referring to your virtual power plant as demand or a specific large customer demand response? Because if you're not, I wanted to ask about VPP.
I think it's both. We have multiple programs. So we have a VPP with some demand response in it. We also have some customer programs that are we call kind of flex programs that are voluntary in nature right now that are working well. But again, they're voluntary to where you may not get 100% of what you're expecting for the entire hour. And so anyways, both programs are young and we're working through them, but they are providing benefits, definitely. It's just, they're still being refined, I guess is just my point.
Right. And I'm just thinking of that period of time until we can build those clean, firm capacity resources that we know we all need.
Right.
And that this is where that demand flexibility can help. Nothing's going to, we need everything, right?
Right.
Because not one thing is going to solve this problem, but it's helping. And so it's early days. You're still working through how to make it work.
Exactly. And it is definitely part of the future solution.
Thanks. And one other question, sorry. So in terms of, and you heard my question to Rebecca earlier about the data issues and the data validation, because every entity has its own way of collecting data and its own way of knowing what its resources are doing. So is that part of the issue, is just coming to sort of one common language and one common way of presenting that information in one place?
Yes, and I think we've had data gaps, and I think it's just a learning process back and forth between what Rebecca had mentioned as on the Western Power Pool side, and standing up a new program basically that we now have to supply data to, and ensuring that we get the right data. We might be thinking we're sending something, and then maybe they're not receiving it, and so I think the data gaps will slowly, and I think this first non-binding season really helped identify the bulk of them, and I think I'll speak for us, but I would assume most every entity is working really hard to ensure that we get the right data to them that they need. But it's just it takes a little bit of time to work the kinks out.
I can go again. One thing I'm interested in is, so during this additional transition period, I mean, you've all and along with other participants have spoken of your commitment to the eventual binding program, but I mean, I think nonetheless there will still need to be a decision that you each make about whether to sign in when it really does become binding. And I wondered what your organization is going to look for in terms of what would influence your decision one way or the other about whether to go all in on the binding program. And I wonder about the level of the payments that are required. Some entities paying them, others maybe receiving some credit for bringing resources. I wonder about this still undefined term about critical mass, other things that might affect you one way or the other in terms of that ultimate decision.
I mean, I can speak for our board. I think, you know, we've already kind of gone through an extensive process to like walk them through. I mean, my boss told me, I think you're going into too much detail here. And I'm like, I think this is crucial and I think they would appreciate it. And so, and so at the hazard of spending like hours and hours in front of our board, you know, we got pretty clear, you know, commitment from our board to move forward into the binding program. And I think, you know, the expectation is as soon as there is a critical mass of other participants that we would, you know, proceed, and they understand the, like the, you know, the cone, you know, part of the design. And so, you know, I think we're just, you know, ready and they're kind of ready to, we've already got authorization to move forward effectively.
And from Bonneville's perspective, we're probably pretty much in the same boat. We had always identified winter 27-28 as our binding season. I think many entities picked 26 and then found through very practical reasons that they had to push back. And we were seeing those very practical reasons from the beginning, which is why we picked a winter 27-28. I don't know of any situation that would put us in a position of backing out of the RAP program. At this point, we are, as I said, the Southeast Idaho loads are probably our most vulnerable spot, but we are already in the process of looking for specific resources on that side of the constraint. They're hard to find. We have tried to do that in the past and ended up with market purchases because there is not much generation over there that's available for sale. But we are still working on that. And then in addition to the when Boardman to Hemingway goes into service, but we know we have a gap there, and it's something that we are working to fill. But the RAP metric is not our most binding planning metric. We plan to P10 low water year, and that is a more binding metric than RAP. So we feel pretty confident that we'll be able to meet those requirements.
So Ray, thanks for putting sort of I guess the slower transition in the RAP into a context, which is as you call the energy gauntlet, you know, where we are now, and for sort of articulating the reasons, you know, why we're there. But we do have these competing issues of reliability and trying to get to clean energy, you know, in timely fashion. We have a statute that requires us, you know, to do that, but we're at this gauntlet right now, as you call it. You advise your board. How would you advise regulators to sort of treat this moment? I guess, if that's a fair question.
Yeah. I mean, this is my personal view. I think this is the challenge. And I think it's important, you know, to just take it very seriously. And I think there's probably, if we sat down and started to think about, there's probably a number of things that we could do. I think the gentleman from the DOE, I mean, I did a great job in walking through a lot of the programs the federal government is rolling out. But I think we may, you know, need to look at, you know, and I'm not the expert here. I mean, there's other utilities that are like much more active in the resource development, you know, phase than Tacoma Power is at present. But I think, you know, permitting reform, I mean, that's, if there's anything, you know, to kind of speed up the processes, interconnection, transmission reform, I think we may take a look at what's happening down in California and potentially look at, you know, a strategic reserve of, you know, simple cycle gas. I know this is not like kind of consistent with the overall direction the state wants to go. But again, it might be a pragmatic short-term solution to ensure that we can maintain reliability through cold snaps. A gas plant that just sits there and doesn't generate but for over an MLQ weekend doesn't actually emit that much natural gas. And I just think, you know, coming up with some practical implementable solutions that can maintain reliability while, you know, at the same time doing whatever the state can do, you know, to support new emerging technologies like duration storage, all the above, support, demand response, additional conservation. I mean, it's going to take everything. So, so I just being willing to kind of step back and try to seek pragmatic solutions to guarantee reliability, just because I do think that, utilities are going to be facing a lot of upward rate pressure. It's just part and parcel to the transition. It's not going to be for free. But I think if rates continue to go up and utilities, have reliability challenges, I do worry that like the support for the transition could start to evaporate. So I do think, just coming from a perspective of like wanting to be a supporter of it, we may need to in the short midterm look at some pragmatic solutions to really safeguard reliability. Because I think that to us on the utility side is kind of our most sacred, fundamental focus, is trying to safeguard.
Right. Well stated. Thank you.
And I just wanted to check with you, Phil, about the question around factors that the PSC would be looking at in terms of that ultimate decision to go into RAP on a binding basis.
Yeah, I think we've been a big proponent of the transition plan because it's something that we've needed as sort of an insurance policy in order to make sure that we can get our capacity position covered. And just, the timing in terms of, what we've pushed out is ultimately sort of driven partially by us, because we're, it is challenging whether it's supply chain interconnection, all of the above, in terms of, building new resources or even acquiring relatively simple resources. Just it's taking a lot longer than we had originally expected. And so for us, the transition period is a big key. We need it. And, the region has been very, very, receptive to a transition, and it's been a pretty good negotiation in terms of what that should look like. And I believe it's landing in a pretty good spot. It's giving us a good runway. But that is our most important component. Is, we don't have the same transmission constraints as a lot of entities. We have most of our generation and load are relatively close to each other, for the most part. But really, it's ensuring that we have the capacity to meet the program requirements. And so that's our key. That's what we're focused on.
All right, finally, takes a while. I think this is a question I was planning to ask Rebecca, and then I forgot. So maybe you all can help, and Rebecca can come up if she needs to. But I think it really is a question for you all, because it's the sort of the how you make this happen. Talked about, we've got spreadsheets, but maybe it's going to be automated at some point. How much of this is a software project, and how much of this is the communication of the information and the data sharing on your end? I know for the operator, it's a software project for them. So how much of that is for you all needing to develop systems that connect with SPP to make this work?
I think the forward showing component of the program is relatively straightforward and doesn't require, like, at least on the utility side, a lot of systems. I think it's the operational program where that's much more intense. I think for a smaller utility like Tacoma Power, we're fortunate to have like a very great internal operations technology group in my section. So the combination of those two factors, I think for us, it's feeling pretty manageable. But larger entities like the PSC and BPA, I think it's potentially more challenging.
I think we're relatively, similarly situated to Tacoma. For us, it is, it's organizing data. and ensuring that we're sending the right data to the program to ensure that, you know, we're giving them accurate information. But for us, the program itself, it's compliance with it that is also the big challenge. I think the simpler parts are getting the data, you know, connections, and that technology component figured out is a much smaller lift for us, because we also don't have all the, you know, we don't have to submit 2 workbooks. There's some entities that happen to land in both regions that have to submit multiple workbooks. We're fortunate enough to land in one region, have one workbook that's relatively simple. But you know, that's from PSE's perspective. Others, you know, it's a more of a challenge. But yeah, it's not. I would say it is a technology lift, but I don't think it's a major technology lift.
Yeah, and I mentioned that we do have a vendor that we're working with to develop it. We are already sending test data, so I wouldn't say that it's a massive undertaking. We did have to go with a vendor, but yeah, I don't see, with Bonneville probably being one of the most complex entities, along with PAC, I think we would probably be the 2 most complex entities. It was a system that we, from beginning to end, it's probably like a 6 to 8 month project. So I don't think that it's an overwhelming kind of issue for most entities. And we are one of the 2 that have the 2 workbooks. So we just have more complex and more data than most of the other entities do.
Any questions from the audience? I hear there's a microphone available.
I think we do have Philip Popoff on the from PSE that wants to speak as well when we get a chance.
Do you want us to protect you from him, or should I let Philip talk or
Yes,
not?
please. I don't know who he is. Just let him speak.
Go ahead, Philip.
Okay, great. Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you all for putting this on. This has been really, really helpful. You know, I think that the dialogue there with that Ray was going, and where Commissioner Rendall, where you had mentioned about the sort of all of the above, really needing to take that step back and look at pragmatically, what do we need to do to ensure reliability so that we don't really jeopardize that our journey, right, to where we need to go. I think it's really important. And one of the things that we're missing really is, I think that we're missing, to the best of my knowledge, I think we're missing as a region, is we don't really have a look right now at what resource adequacy looks like in the next few years. The recent resource adequacy study that the council put out and what WEC talked about this morning, there's a real big difference between studying the resource adequacy of a plan versus studying the resource adequacy of what's happening on the ground. I thought about it when I back just a few years ago, the resource adequacy reports from the council were really focused on analyzing the walk, not the talk, right? So really focusing on what are the resources that are announced that they're going to be retired, what resources are being developed, and given that, you know, don't worry about what anybody says their plan is, just what's happening on the ground. What does adequacy look like? We don't quite have that look right now. So, and I think that's what you're hearing from the utilities. We're all nervous about that. And that's as Phil mentioned, you know, there's one of the really important considerations that we have in terms of our timing of going into the RAP is we need to make sure that we're going to have the resources to do it. And the pace that we've been signing contracts and acquiring resources is impressive. And it's just, there's an enormous amount of work to do between acquiring renewables and acquiring resources for capacity. It's just an enormous task. So I think it's going to be really important for us to be, you know, we have an RFP out right now. We're going in every direction that we can to try and acquire the resources to be able to get into the RAP, which, you know, eventually we are anticipating that our IRP is just going to basically become a forecast of the RAP requirements, right? So, but I think that it's really important to just acknowledge that I'm not feeling very comfortable. And I think most of the electric utilities, many of the ones that I'm engaged with, we're all kind of in the same position of feeling like we really need to take a good hard look at where are we on the ground, not where are we based on what we're planning to do. So I know that that's something that we're going to be trying to work with some others to try and sort out. But I just want to mention, I think that's a really important function that that we need to have resource adequacy analysis of the region, not of a plan of what's happening in the region.
Philip, is this something that you see working on through WEC, the Western industry organization? Because it sounds to me like a critique of the Western assessment of resource adequacy.
Well, I think the question is really more of, you know, what is the question that you're asking, right? And that's what's really important, right? If we're asking the question, well, what does the region look like out in 10 years, 15 years? It's not reasonable to think that we're not going to build resources that aren't currently under development in 10 years. Those are very difficult. In the RAP, there was, for a little while, we had a long-term metrics working group going on, and that got set aside just because the RAP really had to continue to focus on getting the operational program going. But it just depends on what the question is. What I'm saying, I'm not saying that WEC isn't doing the right thing, that they need to look at all the time horizons they need to look at. Again, if the council wants to use the RA analysis to study the implications of the power plan, that's great. That's the question that they asked, and that's the one that they answered. But the question that hasn't been asked and answered is what, based on what's happening on the ground right now, say within the 5 years, what does that look like? Where are we based on what's happening on the ground? Don't listen to anybody's talk, right? Just study the law. So I know we're trying to figure out how to get that study done. So I'm not sure if that helps, Glenn.
Oh, I appreciate your comments.
You know, it may be the kind of thing that WEC or the council, you know, that might be something that they can incorporate into their processes in the future. It used to be that used to be what the council's RA study focused on, and I understand they went through the power plant process and they had a lot of work to do. So, but I think that's a really important missing piece right now. And you know, we have an RFP out for a lot of resources. So you know, we're hoping that we'll be able to acquire everything that we're going to need.
Are there other comments or questions about the implementation of RAP? You know, things we need to keep our eye on as we're moving through this transition plan period, what we should be thinking about in terms of whether our COSER members give a thumbs up or a thumbs down to the transition plan. We can go to a broader public comment / question phase, but I just wanted to make sure we hit everything that we want to hit on the RAP implementation itself. All right. And I want to thank you for joining us in that discussion. It was very helpful to me, at least.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Yeah, sorry about my phone.
I did just want to quickly just amplify the leadership of Rebecca and Sarah at the Western Power Pool and acknowledge how much work has been done over the last few years. They have transformed the Northwest Power Pool to a Western Power Pool and, creating, developing a tariff, answering deficiency letter questions, getting approval. Now, how many BPMs have we approved? Ray is the chair of that group and Rebecca's active on it. So I just didn't want to walk away from here without, I know there's a lot of work to do and there are a lot of issues, but we shouldn't forget how much has been done. If someone had told us 5 years ago we'd be here today, we probably all would have laughed at them. So I think it's just something to acknowledge.
Well, I want to thank you all for, the work that you're doing on RA as well. I mean, I think it's really important. And I also agree with you about the gap. And it is something we're going to have to deal with. And it's going to take some creativity. It's going to take a lot of hard thought. But if we just all continue to work together, we can do the best we can. The concerns you raised about potential for public backlash or public exhaustion, those are concerns we have to go through. I mean, looking further ahead, my question to Rebecca that I didn't ask is, as regulators, we always think, what is the worst case scenario? I mean, what, I see RAP as a very, very positive effort. And I guess I would ask you, like, what's the worst case scenario here? In the long term, not talking about the gap. I mean, the gap is what it is and we have to face it. But do you see the RAP effort as having a chance of failing to launch?
Not from my perspective, not from Bonneville's perspective. We are fully committed to the program. And as I said before, I haven't heard from anyone in the program that they are anticipating leaving the program. So I believe we're all committed to it.
Great. Thank you.
We are currently 13 minutes ahead on our agenda. We're scheduled to go to a brief break and then jump into public comments. Should we take a break now? Okay, let's reconvene at 2:30. All right, we're at 2:30. If everyone could find their seats once again. Right there. Oh, yeah, thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone. Up next, to close us out, we have an opportunity for public comment. For anyone joining virtually, you can use the raise hand function and we will call on you in the order your hand is raised. And if you're in person, we have a desk up front here with some microphones and also Austin with a traveling microphone if you want to wave him down instead. Do we have any public comment?
So good afternoon again. I'm Nicholas Garcia with WPUTA, the Washington Public Utility District Association. First of all, I want to thank this group for this meeting. This has been really, really informative and very helpful. And we really do appreciate the opportunity to come before you. So thank you again. The other thing I want to do is for just a second opine on one point, which is I have been working in the industry since approximately the year 2000. And I think what you've seen today is a coming together of IOUs and COUs. And then from the COU perspective, you have the municipals, you have the PUDs, and you have the co-ops. And we're all working together on this issue. And I think that that is something that's pretty unprecedented, and it's carrying over to other very important public policy areas like wildfire issues and markets issues. And I think that it will benefit the state greatly when we work together rather than my experience in the year 2000, we were pretty much in opposition all the time. So I think that's a really, really good development that I just wanted to acknowledge. The other thing I wanted to say is that I think we've heard pretty clearly here that come 10 to 20 years from now, we will be in a very different state, and hopefully technologies will have evolved to the point where we will have a carbon-free or virtually carbon-free electric system. But we are not there yet, and that transition is going to be extraordinarily challenging. And we're going to have to figure out how we are going to do that from a public policy perspective. I think you've heard from some, and I will acknowledge or agree with them, that it will take some thermal resources to get there. And we're going to have to figure out how to do that in a way, make the transition in a way that protects reliability, protects cost, and also moves us towards our environmental objectives. And it's going to be a challenge. And I think we're all going to have to compromise a little bit. So I would just encourage you all to think through what's realistically possible. Kind of like what Philip Popoff was saying before, what is available on the ground? Which leads me to my sort of other major comment. Every utility is situated slightly differently. And where you are will depend upon what sort of resources you might need to improve your reliability. If you are on the wrong side of a congested transmission line, you may have to do something very different than you are on the other side. If you're west of the Cascades, where the transmission is congested getting into during the wintertime, your resources and your choices are going to be different than if you're on east of the Cascades during the summertime and you have a high peak load. And I think we need to remember that one solution does not necessarily work for every instance. And so I encourage you to be open to being flexible, to say, hey, yeah, it makes sense to do something here in one way and something completely different in another way. And finally, I will say that, I would agree with the very first presenter, and I'm kind of repeating myself, but this is going to require an all-in strategy. We're going to have to look at every type of resource. And, the PUDs have been kind of in the forefront in several different technologies that we've been working on: hydrogen, renewable natural gas, and other sorts of things. We've even looked into nuclear. And so we're trying to be part of the solution, but we're also realistically going to have to serve load. And that means we're going to have the resources to do that. So we and the IOUs are all going to have to think through what makes sense for them. And I encourage you to keep that in mind as you evaluate the proposals they bring before you. So thank you.
Looks like there's a couple hands raised.
I see there's 2 hands raised online. I saw you coming up first. Let's start with you, and then we'll go with Vince and then Ryan after.
Great. Steve Taylor from Cowlitz PUD, Director of Regulatory and Regional Affairs. Thank you again for hosting this meeting today. Appreciate all the information provided and having this forum. I'd echo everything that Nicholas just mentioned, and I just wanted to talk from maybe just one utility's approach here. Cowlitz PD, we serve about 50,000 residential and commercial customers, about 113,000 folks, residents in our service area. We have levels of poverty that are greater than the state and national average. We are primarily served by Bonneville. We're a slice block customer, but because of large industrial customers within our service area, which comprises about 60% of our load, we are Bonneville's third largest customer of Tier 1 preference power. So our industries are dependent upon clean, firm, reliable electricity, and so our involvement in these policy efforts is to ensure that the economic and job base for Cowlitz County is not disrupted because of some of the broader regional issues that we're discussing. Vulnerable customers are impacted to a greater extent when power is unavailable during extreme weather events. And as we talked about the industries that form the foundation of our base, if there's a lack of power available, or if there's threats of blackouts or reliability challenges, then that also threatens the continued investment in our existing facilities, and then also the ability to site new facilities that can add to our own economic development. Electrification, it poses real challenges to electric utilities. We'd be expected to serve new energy load, whether it's through space and water heating, and or industrial decarbonization, and then obviously electric vehicle adoption. But we believe in having diversified energy sources. We don't want to be the only ones holding the bag to carry that burden, from and serve that load from a taxed grid with limited capacity carbon-free resources. But in our own little neck of the woods, we're looking to develop additional renewable energy resource with landfill gas in partnership with Cowlitz County. And we had a lot of different pathways aligned, both for obtaining resources, getting supply chain issues taken care of, and getting ready to roll. Started the permitting process early with Department of Ecology and Southwest Clean Air to get this 5 to 8 megawatt project using methane gas to help serve our own future load. And unfortunately, we got down to quite near the end of the process, and the permitting challenges basically rendered the project economically infeasible. And so I would just say, and again, we had good relationship working with the permitting agencies. So this is not a criticism of them. I think it's just more of a criticism of the paradigm that we are dealing with from a regulatory standpoint. And that if we are serious about the clean energy transition, and we're making resources available, like our project is going to get $5 million to the Climate Commitment Act, working with IRA investment tax credits, partnership dollars from Cowlitz County. And but so if we're going to put the resources towards this, the permitting has to keep up with the overall goals. So we're trying to do our part in our own little neck of the woods. Small projects, not going to not going to make a huge impact on the broader situation. But with all of us working together in our own incremental way, we can make a difference. So I would just say, whether it's on the federal level, state, local level, we have to figure out the permitting challenges, or else we're not going to be able to achieve our goals. Thank you.
And Steve, I want to just say thank you for your comments. I appreciate you being here. We all have our discrete portfolios, and a lot of the things you mentioned are not things that we have any ability to really influence. But all of the comments here today, we have to basically report to the legislature on the conversation that we had today. And so these will be conveyed up the chain to policymakers. So thank you for your comments. I appreciate them.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Vince.
Great. Thank you very much. Really appreciate the opportunity to address the August body here today. First off, I want to congratulate everybody. Really good work pulling this together. And I've been watching the whole resource adequacy program for a while. I'm currently the president of the board of directors of OPALCO, the Orcas Power and Light Cooperative in the San Juan Islands. So we observe from a distance what's happening on the mainland and the entire western region, and then we live at the end of a long extension cord. So obviously what happens out there affects us greatly. I want to reference a number of sources of information that we've been looking at and then make a comment. So the Bonneville Power Administration Transmission Interconnection Queue has approximately 208 gigawatts worth of projects in their current queue looking for connection. Northwest Power and Conservation Council, Northwest Power Systems Database, new projects, not ones that are canceled or terminated or under construction, but there's 27.5 gigawatts of new projects anticipated. PNUCC loads and resource forecasts, the WECC, good work. The Washington State Energy Facility Siting Evaluation Council has about 3 gigawatts worth of stuff in the process there. The Oregon EFSC has a similar, I haven't gone through in detail on that. And then finally, the Washington State submittals of the CEIPs and the IRPs that are all in there. We've dug deep into all this stuff because we're kind of trying to find truth and beauty, what happens among the various plannings. And I think there's a huge disconnect among some of these sources that needs to be reconciled. And one thing that concerns us is the amount of new renewable energy that supposedly needs to be built. And it's been alluded to in the previous discussions about permitting and land use acquisition. If you start thinking about 6 megawatts, 6 acres per megawatt for solar and approximately 16 megawatts for wind, these are based on averages of projects that we've seen going in. When you put that all together, you're starting to look at land use that exceeds 8 times the size of Portland and Seattle put together. And the schedules by which all of this renewable energy is supposed to be coming on board has to be married with the likelihood of that actually working through. And I think you can see that a number of renewable energy projects are facing considerable backlash from, what is called one characteristic NIMBY, the not in my backyard, or environmental activities. Many of these projects will eventually get through, but the amount of time that it takes, I think, is longer than we considered. So I think this is a plea that two things the legislature has to understand, as has been alluded to earlier, the plan versus what's really happening on the ground. And the second thing, I think collectively as an industry as a whole, the communication to the public and the members and the people that buy the services of our utilities is something that has to be beefed up considerably. We find our own members don't have nearly, and there's no expectation that they should have an understanding of the complexity and difficulty and the cost of achieving all this. And I mentioned the cost thing. The Washington State 2021 Energy Strategy document kind of takes a stab at looking at a number of scenarios, and it breaks it down into the cost differences between business as usual and different scenarios based upon what they think may happen with the resources and loads. But they express that as a percentage of GDP. A lot of people don't do that. We had to translate that into how many billions of dollars per year that might need. So I also think that there's a disconnect between what it's going to cost to pull off this transition by 2030 up to 2050 and the expectations of ratepayers as to what they're going to see. There's a desire to keep these costs low, but somewhere the dollars have to come from. So I think possibly our communication strategy needs to be beefed up as we move forward. And thank you for your time. Appreciate the ability to comment.
Thank you, Vince. Up next, we have Ryan.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to participate via Zoom today. Sorry I could not be there in person, but do appreciate the opportunity to provide comments virtually this morning. My name is Ryan Holterhoff, and I'm a senior policy analyst for Grant County PUD. We're a public utility providing service to our entire county in Central Washington, and we own and operate the Priest Rapids project, which has the capacity to produce more than 2,100 megawatts of power. And for more than 60 years, we've been able to use that resource to serve our county's power needs, but that's expected to change. And so resource adequacy is something that's been on our mind lately, as you can imagine, as we've seen significant growth in all of our retail sectors, residential, small business, agricultural, and in specifically industrial as well. Currently, we have new and expanding power service applications totaling nearly about 2,900 megawatts of total peak power demand load in our new service queue, which is nearly 3 times our current system peak, which we hit here back in July this summer, which was just over 1,000 megawatts. Data centers, they account for the highest interest in growth in the queue with approximately 1,600 megawatts of service requests. However, substantial power requests are also occurring from a variety of other businesses as well, including green manufacturing industries for EV battery manufacturers, carbon fiber production, and sustainable fuel producers, to name just a few. Level of interest has led Grand PUD to be one of the fastest growing utilities in the Northwest, and also establishing our county and our utility as a foundation to help support Washington's clean energy economy. To address future reliability, our draft 2024 IRP shows that our utility will be taking a comprehensive approach to meet our future resource needs as we look to add batteries, solar, incorporate demand response, energy efficiency programs, and utilize purchase power going forward. I think those of you that are familiar with our utility will know that growth is not new. It's something we've been experiencing, pretty steadily for the last 20 plus years. And we have a proven history of success in meeting those growth demands for our retail customers. As we continue to build upon that history of success, we'll need to work collaboratively with the state and others to move forward to promptly meet the needs of our customers but we're going to need to manage many of the challenges that have been discussed today. We're seeing transmission constraints. We're facing high voltage limitations, and this growth that we're talking about is going to require additional investments in that high voltage transmission in the Moses Lake area, as well as additional transmission in the Quincy area beyond projects we already have planned for there. This also includes challenges with transmission and interconnection availability. We see hurdles with land acquisitions and permitting challenges as well that have been discussed both on the public and private side, both on the public side, both at the state and federal levels. Timely procurement processes and supply chain delays, as many are still recovering from the pressures brought on by the pandemic. We also need to consider overall economic feasibility and the risk of obsolete technology. As technology solutions continue to advance and prices to implement those various solutions drop, there's that potential of being locked into technological options that help resolve current capacity constraints, but long-term are not advantageous to the customers we serve. So a lot of hurdles. Appreciate being able to have those further framed by the discussion today, and look forward to continued collaboration with many people throughout the state to see what we can do going forward. So thank you all for your time.
Ryan, this is Glenn Blackman. Could I ask a question real quick before you finish up? From the perspective of Grant PUD, how do you feel? Do you have anything to add from what you heard today about the implementation of the Western Resource Adequacy Program? Any concerns or thoughts that Grant PUD would want to offer on that?
Yeah, appreciate that comment. Sorry I didn't have my video on. I just realized that as I looked up, Glenn. I missed some of the conversation today, so I didn't hear all the specifics. I can say that Grant PUD is definitely interested in participating in the RAP, and some of the efforts as we talk about that comprehensive approach are to help us prepare to be a part of that. So happy to answer more specific questions if you have, Glenn, but since I unfortunately wasn't able to sit in everything, I'm not sure exactly all the angles that were covered.
That's good, but thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ryan. Up next, we have Jay.
Oh, thank you. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to build on both Ryan and Vince's comments. My name is Jay Kimball. I work with Vince at Opalco. And we've been, first of all, also thanks for the great program from the DOE on, it was just an outstanding presentation of material and discussion, very helpful and promising. We have some local renewable energy projects, and like a lot of the country, we have a lot of people that are supportive of them. and then a very vocal minority quite often that are against these things. And, this, a lot of it comes from people that have to look at it or are in the vicinity of the project. So this not in my backyard is a common problem. And as Vince mentioned, we see hundreds of thousands of acres of land required, and we're finding, we've been trying to get one project approved for well over a year, and we're seeing this all over the country. The USA Today did a study that was published in February this year. They found that local governments are banning green energy faster than they're building it. And another study showed there are over 300 wind power projects that are held up in court cases. So this is a huge problem. And, some of the estimates we've been seeing for Northwest regional energy needs are well over 30 gigawatts. And if you look at how long it took just to build the roughly 3 gigawatts of wind, I think it was roughly 25 years. So that's over a 200-year run rate if we did it the way we've done it in the past. So business as usual is a challenge. And so one of the things that I encourage this group of people to make sure we're looking at real carefully is not just how much needs to be built, but literally how it gets built in the time frame we're talking about. And we're talking about reducing GHG emissions by 50% in 6 years by 2030. So that's a heavy lift, obviously, and so really want to see as much time spent on the estimates for how much is needed with the estimates of how long it will take to produce. And then the final thing I'll mention is, and if I can, I'd like to share this screen. Are you guys able to see this this slide here showing the Mid-Columbia price history? So what we're seeing is an exponential growth of that Mid-C price history, particularly in the summers and the winters. And we're looking at probably a 10x increase by 2030 timeframe. And so another thing that I would respectfully request is that in the various analyses that we're doing, we're also looking at the impact on the consumers, retail rates and so forth, how the market pricing, which is growing exponentially, flows through to the members. And there has to be some real education going on what that impact is anticipated to be over time. Thank you. That's completes my comments. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jay. Do we have any other comments? Okay, testing that again. Okay, that was weird. Do we have any more public comments online or in the room?
I guess I'll be the bookend today. Thank you again for the opportunity to be part of this meeting. It was an excellent opportunity to talk about a really important issue. And because I had an opportunity to make a few comments at the beginning of the meeting, I'll keep this very short and just add one more thing. As you carry your messages to the legislature, I would ask that you encourage them to, as they're looking at policies, whether they're existing policies or future policies related to energy, that they do so through a grid reliability lens and consider when they look at those policies, how is this going to affect the grid, and have a confidence of how it will. So I think if we do that, we'll have a better chance of having very successful policies going forward. Again, thanks for the opportunity and for putting together a great meeting.
Thank you for participating today. Appreciate it.
All right. I'll just, before passing it over for any closing comments, I'll just mention all of the presentations, a recording of today, past past annual meeting information can all be found on Commerce's website on their resource adequacy page. So yeah, all of the presentations will be available there. And would any of the commissioners or Dr. Blackmoon like to say anything to close us out today before we adjourn?
Well, I think I just want to thank everybody for participating. I think we had great discussion today, great presentations today, and I've learned a lot. Our responsibility now is to summarize today's meeting and forward that to the legislature, and that's our requirement under statute, and we will do that. Or Glenn will do that. I'm not sure who's going to do that. We'll work it out. Austin will do that. Okay. And but it really has been encouraging to see there's been so much good work done on the issue of resource adequacy, at least in preparing for it, understanding what the challenges are. Meeting the challenges, of course, is a challenge in itself. And but again, we learned a lot today, a lot of things that we have to discuss internally, a lot of work that's going on that we want to provide encouragement to. So again, thank you all. I think it's been a really good day.
I also want to thank everyone who was here in person and everyone who is online, although we've lost a few people over time. Appreciate all the presentations. This is really a critical issue. Appreciate all of the perspectives and all of the really hard work that is going into the resource adequacy program and the work that all the utilities are doing individually to address their issues. So much appreciated.
So again, my thanks as well. Thanks to Glenn and Peyton and Austin and Jennifer, who's not here, and to all those who are on the line and who came from Portland and other areas. And I want to really end on the note, what Liz said, what Nick said, this idea of this collaboration that I think is really growing now is important. This is, a really critical time that we're in, and it's not going to be easy for anybody, but we have a lot of good experience, talent, smarts between and among us, and we'll get there. But it's just going to take a lot of time, and meetings like this will really help advance that. So thank you all.
All right, the last word. I also want to thank everybody for their participation and for working with us through some very complex topics. It is one of the most important things that we do in this area of work is to maintain the reliability of the power system. And as you heard from some of the commenters, it takes a team to do that. So I have sometimes been accused of being Pollyanna-ish about our capacity to do that. That, when I say we're not actually pulling any of the red alarms on the wall yet, I think I am technically correct about that. But I'm also correct when I say we have a lot of work to do on a lot of different fronts. And the resource adequacy program is a important part of that work. It's a high priority for us. So thank you again, and see you next year.